anybody had any idea that this investigation was going on.
Well, I talk a lot about my best friend, Missy, who is a referee in the NCAA. And I know when she has gotten even the games in the NCAA tournament, I don't know where she is. They keep it all so private because of the gambling and making sure that nobody, can get to them. They don't know what game each referee has so that they can't put money in pockets anywhere and make a call or two.
I've been wondering about this for a while when that Porter kid that went to Mizzou got popped in Toronto. He was telling his friends, oh, I'm going to sit for the second half, so bet on my this, that, or the other. Yeah. It doesn't really affect me. Like, I might be out money, but maybe I went either side of the bet. And obviously it's fixing it for his friends, but still. Maybe the future of gambling is to say, well, what's the injury report? What's the weather going to be like? And do I think the fix is in for one side or the other?
Well, that is the salient point, and I'm sure we'll get into it with Brad Garrett. You have to believe as a consumer that the games are on the up and up.
Right.
Otherwise, you lose it. For instance, are you betting on pro wrestling?
No.
Well,
that's exactly right, and that's a perfect point.
And we'll see what Brad says about it. It'll be interesting.
So that's coming up in the 4 o'clock. In the 5 o'clock, the national debt has hit a new record. $38 trillion, I think, is where we stand. So we'll talk to Caleb Silver, the editor-in-chief of Investopedia. How did we get there? Who do we owe? Will we ever get out of it, or this is just the way we do things now? So, and also, what does it mean for you and me as our debt continues to kind of get out of control? We got some entertainment news and a couple of really interesting stories I caught today. So that's coming up. And then we'll wrap this show up with some randoms. On my way into work today, I didn't have a pair of socks that matched what I was wearing. So I pulled over at DSW and decided to...
What?
Yeah. What do you mean, what?
Come on, you got to have socks.
Step one, you match your socks to your outfit every day?
Of course.
What do you mean
What, are you kidding?
don't?
No. Chances are you won't even see my socks.
What are we, farmers?
You mean you will wear navy and then your socks might be black?
If I'm dressing in a suit or tuxedo, maybe. Like, you can't even see my socks. They're so low, you can't see.
Well, no, that's a different topic.
That's not the same.
That's a separate topic.
Mine are not.
What do your pants look like?
Yeah. Oh, that's
So
classic. I like those socks.
Thank you very much.
They're very pretty.
Thank you.
Here's the deal.
Apparently, she just bought it from DSW.
Yeah,
I did.
I may run by.
I got several.
I've always was taught, first, socks match your pants. If they can't, try and get them to match your shoes. Now, a lot of those rules have gone out the window, and I'm talking mainly guys. Guys are doing a lot of crazy, wild things with their socks. That's okay.
There's fun socks now.
There's fun socks, and that's okay with me. So I'm not saying that you have to do that. But yeah, your socks match your pants.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be the exact same color solid, but if you got black pants, probably some black in the sock.
I'm not going to wear a red shirt and have on yellow
or orange socks.
I mean, it's...
I think maybe my pants are just long. And no one will ever see.
What about when you sit down? When you're on the Tonight Show and you come out of the couch
and you kind of pull your
down.
When I'm on the Tonight Show.
If you're at dinner with your wife, all that. Okay, so that's just part of this story.
Okay.
I'm getting my socks, but what caught my attention, boots are out, and I'm not just talking, fancy, pretty boots, snow boots and the galoshes. All of those are now on the shelves. And I know we're close, but it just kind of was like, wait a minute. And then I saw a story about how the mayor, Kara Spencer, is going to tackle our snow roads this year a little bit differently. So I thought, oh my gosh, I know we're towards the end of October, but are we already talking about snow?
It's coming fast. You got to plan ahead.
Yeah, I guess we are. I guess one of the things that Mayor Spencer said is new snowplow trucks, There'll be higher on-call pay for snow removal drivers, and a significant increase in salt storage to treat roads are all part of the city of St. Louis's plan for this next snow season. Because if you recall,
last year was a mess.
it was a mess, and a lot of people probably point to that as why the former mayor is no longer the mayor.
Certainly on the list.
Yeah.
And probably not too far down the list. I had to come rescue one of my kids. Car was stuck in the snowstorm downtown. I had to come get him.
And it stayed that way for a long time. It wasn't just like one night that you can kind of deal with. It was a lot.
I don't live in the city. This
Mm-hmm.
is not a political statement. It's just admittedly an outside observer. To this point, I kind of dig Mayor Spencer's style.
Yeah.
She's going after stuff. It appears.
Right.
Again, I'm offering an opportunity. I'm giving myself an out if things change. But to this point, I kind of like the way she's doing things.
Speaking of giving yourself a way out.
Okay, it's mea culpa time. Did you have some music you wanted to play? Okay. you
No,
didn't
I
get
was
it.
going to rub it in. but-
Okay. No, it's okay. I deserve it. I kind of, in the last, I don't know, last 10 years political, I kind of try to watch people, whether it's sports or news or whomever, and throwing out opinions and making predictions. I kind of try to keep score because a lot of times we forget. Wait a minute. Didn't Joe say X about Y? Blah, blah. Okay. Well, if I'm going to keep score, I got to keep score on myself.
Oh.
Right?
Yes.
Well,
I like
here-
that. I
here-
like it.
Here's the mea culpa. We had Brendan Weesey in. That's it. So Brendan Weesey, sports director at KTRS, was in talking about Coach Vitello being named the manager of the Giants.
Yeah.
First time ever going to college to the major leagues.
DeSmet Mizzou guy.
Yeah, I said wrong. Real matter of fact, like I knew what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm. And you usually do.
Sometimes I do. Let's go with sometimes.
Okay.
And I said, no, it was Bobby Winkles who went from Arizona State to managing the Angels. Wrong.
Oh, you went home and did some research?
I don't know why I did, because usually if I think I'm right, I just move on.
Uh-huh.
But I went, is that actually right? Because I was going strictly by memory, no research. And I was
Wrong.
wrong.
Oh, it's so hard.
No, I was wrong. I just remembered as a kid, I read the sporting news every week, and I remember that being a big story. But this guy went from Arizona State to coaching with the Angels to being the manager the very next year.
Got it. So he didn't go straight
He
from.
didn't go straight to. Now, I'm not saying I was almost right. No, I was wrong, period. End of discussion. Two things to learn from this. One, especially as you get older, Josh, don't trust your memory.
Yeah.
Especially when everything
Is at your fingertips.
everything is at your fingertips. Just look it up. That's number one. Number two is when it comes to sports, trust sports director Brendan Weesey for having all the answers.
Yeah.
Well, I, for one, appreciate when someone will take responsibility and say, you know what, I didn't have that right. I don't know what I was thinking. So I think that is very big of you.
Well, thank you, but I think I'm just mostly mad because of ego. I should have that stuff right there at my fingertips, and I messed up.
I am always amazed at the knowledge that you have crammed in that head when it comes to sports and going way back. So don't beat yourself up too hard.
Let's everybody fact check, though, from now on.
I think we should have a corrections segment at the end of every show.
I hope we don't need one.
Hopefully not.
Oh, it's going to happen.
No.
I'm sure I'll drop a couple today.
Well, put a little lead in, a little musical thing. And now today's correction.
Well, we're going to try to get things right, and that's why we continue to bring experts in, and it's not just us kind of babbling
right.
for
That's
the
right.
entire 3 hours.
Did you finish your DSW anecdote?
Yes, it's about boots,
The
and
boots out there?
it's that time of year.
We have not turned the heat on. We've got a gas fireplace,
We've turned the gas fireplace on the last
Nice.
2 nights.
but I'm not going to, leave it on overnight.
No,
You know,
that'd be dangerous.
very dangerous. We woke up this morning so cold. So cold.
It dipped into the
But
40s, I think.
You were able to snuggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my wife had to come in and
Get
open
off
the
me.
blinds, and me and Fen are laying there just snug as two bugs. And she's like, school starts in about 20 minutes. And I'm, whoa,
Wild and crazy. We, upstairs, downstairs, two separate units. We have the downstairs on, I think it's 68, and it's just enough to keep the house
from freezing.
kind of comfortable.
Yeah.
But in the evening, you want it cool anyway.
Wrap up with that blanket.
Yeah, so it works. It's been fine.
Yeah. So, what about you guys on the text line? KTRS text line 84126. Have you turned the heat on yet? Have you had a fire? Are you just toughing it out? Are you putting on layers, as some people do, just to hold off as long as possible? I used to work with a guy. I loved him so much. A great guy. He refused to wear pants until Thanksgiving. He would always wear shorts until the Thanksgiving Day parade. And then he's like, okay,
Well,
I'll put on pants.
And I'm sure it's at other schools too. For a period of time at St. John Vianney High School, seniors had the privilege of wearing shorts.
Whenever they wanted.
And many of the boys would wear them all winter long,
Throughout the entire...
start to finish of the school year.
I don't get it. I wondered if kids' skin is just thicker or if they were just dumber than the rest of us. I don't get it. You go to any high school in America and it'll be 32 degrees outside. You'll find a bunch of kids wearing shorts.
This is true.
And my man Jordan, he takes all the great video and photography for SLU basketball and many of the sports. He does an unbelievable job, really gifted. He never wears a coat or pants. I mean, he's wearing short pants.
Right,
You know what I
but
mean?
not long
and never a
pants.
coat. I've never seen him with a coat on, ever.
Wow.
Man, yeah, it's just, I'd always rather be hot than cold. I'd rather myself.
If I had to choose one level of discomfort, it would be the heat.
Hot.
Yeah.
Of
How
course.
about this? Tarantula Andrew said, turning the heat on tonight, but mainly for the spiders.
Oh,
Do they like it to be a little warmer, huh?
The spiders. of
Yeah.
course.
I'm a woman of a certain age. I had the windows open and a fan on me. It was heavenly.
Oh, my
I get it.
gosh.
I get you. Haven't used the heat yet, but did turn each one on briefly to get the bad smell out. So when
Right.
I do
Oh,
need
yeah.
it, isn't that the truth?
And is that dust in the vents that you're burning off? Or
I don't know. That's a good question.
Is that an old wives' tale?
We probably need to get an expert in just kind of some of those reminders as you turn on the heat. What do you need to do? Do you need to brush things
Yeah.
off? And I just read something that said even if you have a gas fireplace, you need to make sure the flue is clean. It's not just a wood burning.
In fact, I
chimney.
just saw a story, and I don't remember it was residence or a business, but some animals had nested in the flue, and a fire and destroyed the whole. Started a fire, destroyed the whole building.
Oh,
it was
my
too morbid
gosh.
to read the whole story, but that happens.
Yeah, it does
It can
happen.
be squirrels, it can be birds, it can be raccoons,
Yeah.
it can be anything.
All of it. Somebody said no furnace or fireplace yet. We play the game. How long can we make it?
I love it.
Yeah.
That's great.
What's the temperature going to be tonight? Let me check.
it was
Okay.
in the 40s last night, right?
I heard listeners from Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. It's 82, low humidity. It's perfect, and all the visitors are gone. I do love Santa Rosa
Oh,
Beach.
yeah.
I've never been there, but the key part of that is because it's rare in Florida, having the humidity down.
Yes.
Makes it perfect.
It sure does.
Low last night of 40 degrees, low tonight 41.
Okay.
So that'll be a nice sustained high of 63 today. Let's see
It
here.
feels good, though.
I had the top down.
You did?
I had the top down.
I
But
had
I'm
it.
wearing a sweater, so
It balances out.
yeah.
With the old house that we lived in, it was a real wood-burning fireplace, and I loved it.
Yeah.
But the smell was always just something you had to deal with. I guess you could get a chimney sweep to come in. You always had to pick up the ashes. It always just kind of smelled like ash.
You're actually supposed to have a chimney sweep come in. I mean, that's one of the
Every
things.
year.
To check it out if
Yeah.
you want to be safe.
But before we lived there, it was my sister-in-law, and they had a duck fly in through the chimney and
Into the house?
into the house. And it was like a smaller juvenile duck, but they had two dogs. And it
Oh,
was
insane.
chaos.
Oh.
It was chaos.
Crazy. Well, I had a squirrel come through mine when I lived in St. Louis Hills. And right through. I put one of the little cage things on top, but
On
we
the
had
way
more
in?
than one squirrel got in, and it happened to be when my grandma was there, and she just
no.
swept it out with a broom like it was nothing. You know,
Somebody else, Susan, said no heat. I'll wait as long as I can. Why do people play that game?
because it's fun.
Something to do.
Is it
Yeah,
fun
yeah.
or is it a cost savings?
I mean, I think it's
It can save it, but the point is, let's
fun.
just see. We don't need it. We
Right.
don't need it.
You know,
And-
like my dad said, put a sweater on.
yeah. But
Get a
I
blanket.
think it's also something fun. We talk about it with our neighbors, and I'll ask my. I mean, it's just
Hey,
like
you turn
something
it on
that
yet?
yeah,
No, not yet.
It's like one of those bragging things.
Before we turned the heat on a few days ago, I think it was a World Series or a playoff game last weekend, and I was wearing shorts, but we had the windows open downstairs, and it got cool. I
Yeah.
guess it got into the 50s that night, and I just grabbed a blanket, and Jen said, "You want that electric blanket?" I go, no, not yet, not yet.
Let's hold off.
Well, somebody like Heidi, who's insane when it comes to being competitive, she's going to give herself hypothermia. It's going to be
But she'll
negative.
win.
It's going to
That's
be
right.
negative 2 degrees.
As long
and
as
she's
I
gonna
get the W.
She
still
gets the
haven't
trophy.
Turned it on yet.
Yeah. Somebody said my AC bills are much higher than my Spire bills. Oh my gosh, isn't that
That's so
the
true.
truth? Yeah, kind of crazy. All right, you guys know what we have coming up, and hopefully you'll hang out with us, be a part of the show here on the Big 550 KTRS St. Louis.
Kids don't always like to get school report cards, but they are important and helpful. They document subjects where they're strong and others where they need to show some improvement. Ever wonder why you don't get a report on how your child's school compares to others? At the Show Me Institute, we think you should, and that's why we've started the Missouri School Rankings Project. Click on the website moschoolrankings.org, and it's all there. Rankings and letter grades for all the schools in Missouri. The rankings are based on several categories, such as student performance in English, language arts, and math, ACT scores, and graduation rates. Then we take the rankings and come up with a grade point average, just like your child has. Each school and district will have a grade, and the website is easy to use. Don't you want to know how your child's school stacks up? Now you can. Learn more at showmeinstitute.org. The Show Me Minute has been brought to you by Show Me Institute and Show Me Opportunity.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants. The cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at simplysecuredentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or simplysecuredentures.com.
I'm Mike Robinson with Robank Properties. I want to buy your home. Any property, any condition, and always as is. I will pay top dollar with no contingencies and no inspections. You walk away with cash. So don't waste time and money making repairs and paying real estate commissions. Call me, Mike Robinson, at 314-283-0867. That's 314-283-0867. Or go to robankproperties.com. That's ROBANG properties.com.
How do you separate estate planning from elder law? You don't, because they're so intertwined. Let's face it, we're all getting older, and you need to make these decisions today, whether it's for your parents, for yourself, or for future generations. Rudy Beck, Jay Lennox, and Caroline Stolzer have been navigating these important decisions for more than 50 years. Beck, Lennox, Stolzer, Estate Planning, and Elder Law. Call them, 636-946-7899 or beckelderlaw.com. You can thank me later.
Andy from Hats and Stuff. The Blues are in town this week, and it's time to gear up with some tremendous prices on jerseys, tees, ball caps, hoodies for the entire family. My retirement sale continues, and we're adding a bunch of new things to the $10 sale. $10 sale. $10 sale.
So come by and check it out.
Located at Westport Plaza, across from the Drunken Fish and the Kobe Steakhouse, or 24/7 at hatsandstuff.com and the Soulard Farmers Market on Saturdays. Hats and Stuff. Good stuff at really great prices.
It's time for the popular Blust Jewelers annual Ladies Party, supporting breast cancer awareness, October 23rd through the 25th at the Blust Jewelers on Manchester Road in De Pere. Up to 50% off regular prices on select items. Wear pink and get an additional 10% off. Enter a drawing to win one of several gift certificates, and a portion of the sales will help breast cancer survivors. Enjoy refreshments, get a free gift with purchase, and most importantly, help support breast cancer awareness. Details at blustjewelers.com.
The Frank and Jill Show.
Join us for Friday's program. Chris Gervino, a part of the Mizzou Tiger Broadcast Network, will join us before the big game against Vanderbilt. We'll talk movies and shows with Lynn Venhouse, and we're broadcasting live from St. Mary's. We'll visit with their great president, Mike England. That's the Frank and Jill Show, Friday at 10 o'clock.
Frank Cusimano and Jill Farmer, weekdays 10 to noon, right here on KTRS, the talk of St. Louis. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
3:31. Let's check in with Captain Paul, find out how traffic's moving along.
Heidi, there's a stalled vehicle on southbound 55 at 255 blocking the right lane with traffic backed up on southbound 270 to Gravois. Westbound 64 is reduced to one lane for construction between Illinois 158 and Greenmount. That has traffic backed up to Route 4. And southbound 55 is bumper to bumper at Gasconade and stop and go at times at 4500 South Broadway. This traffic report is brought to you by Dents Express. Drive time can be hectic with traffic, weather, and fender benders. Dents Express can help with hassle-free dent removal, minor collision repair, and hail damage repair. Free evaluations, and they take care of the insurance paperwork. They've got 2 locations on Manchester and Baldwin and in St. Charles. DentsExpressSTL.com. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
And now, KTRS weather.
For one of those days with beautiful blue skies, but lighter winds today out of the northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour and a high in the mid-60s. Very dry air. Overnight lows in the 40s, a little patchy frost in some outlying areas, not so much in the metro area. But things will be clouding up tomorrow, maybe even a few sprinkles around for high school football in the evening or maybe trunk or treats, and more rain possible over the weekend. In the First Alert Weather Center, I'm KMOV meteorologist Kent Earhart for the Big 550 KTRS.
Listen to them, children of the night. What music they make.
Well, Halloween is just 8 days away. Today, Max Foisey is sharing some Halloween classics. What constitutes a classic, Mr. Max?
I mean, it's kind of a loaded question, Heidi. Hello, Heidi. Hello, Bob. Hello, Josh.
Hello, Max.
Thanks very much for having me in. I'm excited to talk about classic horror films because, yeah, it's not really a time frame for me. It's more those movies you can go back and watch over and over again.
And they stand the test of time.
But what I like to do in the segment here is to highlight movies that maybe the audience hasn't seen. Because quite frankly, I think it's a rather boring segment. If I come on here and I say, everybody go watch Frankenstein and Dracula and Invisible Man and Creature from the Black Lagoon, because those are great movies. And we all know those characters, and you should watch those movies. But they're all very much in the zeitgeist. They're all very much in pop culture. I was at Johnny Brock's Dungeon looking for a costume for my son, and you've got Bride of Frankenstein and everything up there.
Isn't that place crazy?
It's wonderful. It's one of my happy places.
It is fantastic. You can get lost in there for hours.
But those characters are very well known, and so I'm not recommending any of those. What I have 6 films for you. Two of them are silent. 2 of them are from the 30s and 2 from the 60s. So this goes from the 20s to the 60s. That's what I've got.
I bet I know one of the silent ones.
Possibly.
I'll let you know.
Possibly, yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm always trying to see if I can figure out what's going inside that
brain of his.
The very last movie that I'm talking about, you had brought up, I think, for potential for the scariest, which we're doing next week, just in time for Halloween. So I think you know that one already. I had to whittle this down to 6 because we don't have a whole hour here to do this show, and I could have done a whole segment on silent films. I could have done a whole, and I whittled it down to just 6.
Think it's so interesting when a silent film is frightening because you don't have the the noises, the creaks in the floor, and the screams to go with it.
You know, silent films can be hilarious. Silent film, I mean, look at I can't. Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah.
Look at Buster Keaton. I mean, the silent films could do everything that a talkie could do.
Sure.
And so being scary is definitely part of that. So let's start with a couple of films. The first one from 1921, and the second one from 1925. And the first one is called The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari.
Oh,
And
yeah.
This is from 1921. It's a German film.
I've never heard of it.
And well, that's why I wanted to do this segment.
Okay.
Because these films are in public domain. They're pretty easy to find. You can stream them maybe on Tubi, maybe on Amazon Prime, but you can find these. Also, Kino Lorber has a wonderful Blu-ray of Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, which I own. It's on my shelf. And this is a movie about an escaped mental patient and a traveling doctor who goes town to town with this patient, and it is very odd and dreamlike. And it's got incredible sets, incredible production, and also the characters. There's a lot of Tim Burton here too. If you watch Tim Burton movies, you realize, oh wait, he's a big fan of Caligari.
So I watched this one year just because people like Max are always, oh, this is a classic. So I watched it, and I am stunned from in movies' infancies.
Yes.
Before even sound was available, the things that they did, especially with storytelling. You watch Quentin Tarantino, and you're like, oh, this is amazing. And they were doing that in the 50s with Rashomon.
Right.
You watch this movie, and you say, I can't believe they were coming up with concepts like this all the way back then.
I mean, there's Lynchian dream logic, and there's all kinds of wonderful things in this movie. The reason why we're still talking about a movie from 1921 that's a silent film is because it's that powerful.
Wow.
The next one I have is from 1925, and this one I will give another shout to Kino Lorber. They have a wonderful remaster that I'm not able to find right now on Blu-ray, and I'm looking for it everywhere because I've watched about 6 different versions of this tale, which is based on a book, and there's been a stage play and a musical, but I think this is the absolute best version. It's from 1925. It's a silent picture starring Lon Chaney, the man of a thousand faces. This is Phantom of the Opera.
Oh, yeah.
You might know the Andrew Lloyd Webber version. You might know the Gerard Butler version, but this version from 1925 is the absolute gold standard.
Really good.
And the makeup, what Lon Chaney does to his face, this was all, he didn't have a makeup guy. This was him doing it. And he would put toothpicks and all kinds of things. I mean, he hurt himself to look this monstrous, but the pacing, the scares, it's unbelievable. And the sets for this one too, again, just wonderful. So this is one that I'm anxious to own one day.
So I missed. I thought you were going to go with Nosferatu.
I was going to go with Nosferatu, but that might end up on Scariest next week.
Oh, tease, deep tease.
So for years, I thought Phantom of the Opera was a handsome guy with a mask on half of his face.
Oh, Josh.
I'd seen this Lon Chaney character for years, and then that's the Phantom. I'm like, no, that's not the Phantom.
Yeah,
the Phantom's a good-looking guy.
When Universal remade this, and they remade it a couple times, they remade it in the 50s with Claude Rains. And that's the version that Universal likes to put in all their collections. That's the one that's widely available. Unfortunately, that's the one that I own. And that one looks very nice. The sets are great. And that's where it came up with the whole I was splashed with acid, and now I've got the half mask. And that's just carried on since then. But that's not the story, the original story, and that's not what Lon Chaney does either. It's much, much better.
So the original story, just give us a little more.
Oh, a Phantom of the Opera?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a composer who it's a deformed person who would long to become a music composer, and he lives in the catacombs of France underneath this music hall, and he'll leave little musical notes around for other people, like, well, this is great stuff, and they'll perform it, and then a young singer comes in named Christine. He becomes obsessed with her. He goes a little mad, kidnaps her, and says, we're going to rule the opera together, and I'm going to kill everybody here. It's awful.
Yeah.
But it's great. It's
It
wonderful.
is fantastic.
All right,
Yeah.
now let's move on to the 30s.
Okay.
The more recent 30s, if you will. And so the two that I have from the 30s are absolutely crazy pictures. We brought up the Universal Studio monsters, and Todd Browning did Dracula, which is what Josh bumped in with, was Bela Lugosi. And after that movie was such a huge hit, Todd Browning could write his ticket in Hollywood. He could do whatever he wanted. So he chose to do a highly controversial movie that ruined his career. And he was not really able to work after this. And you have to think in the 30s, one of the most popular things was the traveling freak show. And this is something kind of a blight on our history, but we would love to go and mock and marvel at people with deformities, people who had strange things happening. We would say, "Oh, look at that great," and we'd throw lettuce and tomatoes at them.
Whether
This
they're
was
the
a-
tallest man or the
elephant
biggest
man.
woman or the
bearded lady and all
yes.
of that. And this was a big thing. And so somebody wrote a screenplay that Todd Browning liked, and it was called Freaks. And it did two things. Number one, it highlighted how freakish these people were, but it also humanized them. And I think audience members were uncomfortable because they went to see it to mock and marvel, and instead they started feeling bad that maybe we shouldn't treat. So the movie's called Freaks, and he hired actual carnival freak show people to be in the movie, which was disturbing because you have people who are amputees and what have you.
Yeah, it's not
But it's also
makeup.
But it's also painted as a horror film because there's kidnappings and what have you. It is a near masterpiece. Todd Browning did a great job. Unfortunately, it was not well received. He was pretty much blacklisted, and you cannot get a complete version of this movie. It was heavily edited, and unfortunately, it's been lost to time. It is available on digital. I have what is existing now, but it's not the full movie.
Has time kind of healed those wounds and people look at it differently?
I think people now realize that Todd Browning was onto something, and if you watch Dracula and Freaks back to back, you realize what a great filmmaker. It's just too bad that. But that's the kind of film that necessarily wouldn't be remade today. I don't think you could really make that film, and so that I think it's a wonderful.
It's not
picture.
a snuff film. It's more. It's not even exploitative. If you look at the,
I think that it nears up to
Yeah,
that
it's
kind of.
close.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah, but I think there's
it
a
would
lot
be at
to
the movie theaters in the bad neighborhoods.
Pretty much, yeah. But it's a fantastic film. A couple years later, Peter Lorre made his American film debut with an absolutely nutso movie called Mad Love. And this is one that I've only recently seen within the past year or so. And I was intrigued because I like Peter Lorre. We all like Peter Lorre, Casablanca and all that, and Maltese Falcon. And I said, well, let me see what the first thing he did. And it kind of like Phantom of the Opera, there's an obsession thing here, but he also basically makes a humanoid AI, like a robot to impersonate somebody else. This is forward-thinking stuff for 1935. But he also has a disguise that is really chilling. It's pre-code stuff, so you could be a little more out there. And it's a movie that I never hear anybody talking about. So I think if you want a great classic film, Mad Love would definitely be on there.
The director, Karl Freund, is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, yes.
He did some of the other movies, didn't he? Some of the monster movies?
Some of the Universal monsters,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
exactly. That is a name that I think he might have been the cinematographer on Frankenstein. Now that you say that, we'd have to look that up, but I think that might be the case. Now let's go to more recent days of the 1960s, shall we?
Okay.
And my final two that I would recommend as the best in classic horror. There's one that is a little hard to review without spoiling it, but I'm not going to go too far here with the plot, but I will say it's very heavy on atmosphere, and it's one of the first horror films that I think really did a great job introducing an element of sadness. And that is a combination that I really enjoy. If you look at horror films, you can put in a lot of sadness in there too. And this one's called Carnival of Souls.
I don't know it.
It's a black and white film, and it's about a young lady who is involved in a horrible accident. And after she realizes she is the lone survivor, she goes back to her small town, and things just don't feel right. And lots of creepy things happen. But it's a film thick with atmosphere and fog, and it's got a great twist ending that, again, I don't want to spoil here. Carnival of Souls. Don't go for the remake. Go for the original one from 1962 because I think it's a worthwhile endeavor. And then my final one, Bob brought up, I think when we were talking about entry-level horror or family horror, and this is one that is based on a book by Shirley Jackson called The Haunting of Hill House, and it was remade by Mike Flanagan in a Netflix miniseries with the same name, which is a wonderful miniseries. But the first time it was filmed, it's been filmed many times, and there was even a remake from 1999 that I do not recommend. But the 1963 film from Robert Wise, wonderful film director, it's called The Haunting. And this, I think, is the best classic horror film that maybe a lot of people haven't heard of. It is about a young woman and a bunch of other people who have to spend the night in a house that might be haunted, and she sees some horrific things. And the way the story is told, because she has some mental issues, you don't know if she's having a mental health episode or if there are these monsters going around. You just don't know the whole time. And you kind of are there with her experiencing all of this stuff. And it is just, it's a fantastic film, and I'll let Bob tell you why.
I just think that, you kind of get sucked in. The atmosphere created is creepy from the beginning.
Yes.
But you're right. You don't know. Is this lady nuts? Or she maybe just have some sort of connection with the spirit world? There's the leader guy. He's supposedly the psychologist, scientist.
Is he manipulating everybody? Is he setting it up? You just don't know.
And then you've got, is it Russ Tamblyn?
Yes, Russ Tamblyn. Yes.
Who you think of as a musical guy.
Right.
And he's in it. A little bit of comic relief, but it's kind of creepy with him too. And then some of the stuff that happens, there's no slashing.
No.
There's no, it's
all atmosphere.
Yeah.
And I think the movie does uncertainty better than, and the horror of uncertainty.
Oh.
So you just don't know what's going on. And in the 99 remake, they were able to do some things that were hinted at as far as there's a same-sex subplot that they hint at in the original. They were able to just do that in 99.
Yeah.
I think Russ Tamblyn's character was Owen Wilson, and the doctor was Liam Neeson.
Oh, wow. It just didn't work.
Yeah, there's really no reason to watch that.
And they had some special effects that, and if you just look at that scene, that's kind of a cool effect, but it didn't really help the film.
You don't need it.
No, that was proven.
So 1963, The Haunting.
You can watch it on TCM if you can find it streaming on your cable service, or you could just buy it on any of the other ones. The Haunting. Bob talks about it so much that I put it on my list.
Oh, it's great. Oh, you haven't seen it? It's great.
I haven't seen it.
You saw Caligari, and that's wonderful.
Well, I did. So is there an era of scary movies, since you're the expert, that you like to go back to most? Is it the 70s and the Hammer films? Is it the classic Universal?
The Hammer films are fun. I like the Italian giallo films from the 70s, which are the real harsh out there movies.
When you say harsh out there, are we talking blood and guts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's Italian.
He apologetically
weirdness.
says, yeah.
But I also, especially now that I'm introducing my son to, we're kind of doing, every Sunday is kind of like film school at my house. And
Can
so
I take
we're
that class?
Sure.
Yeah.
And so we are starting with the Universal horror films, and I love that he's picking up on the score and the atmosphere building, and it's just fun for me to watch that. So I do like those. Frankenstein and Dracula and all of that for sure.
Yeah. Well, this is a fun one. And then next Thursday,
here we go.
We're going to wrap all of our Halloween movies up with the scariest of all time.
And this week I did the underseen movies. I don't think I'll be able to do that next week because we've all seen the scariest, but they're there for a reason.
Put them in the list.
So, yeah.
It'll be fun.
Not all of us, but I will be here for the ride.
Thank you,
Max. We so enjoy you coming on and letting us know about movies maybe we've never even heard of, or reminding us about an old favorite. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Some of my fondest memories as a kid is heading down to the hardware store. You had to pick up a couple of nails, a couple of screws, maybe a gallon of paint, whatever it may be, right? It was your friendly neighborhood hardware store. Well, those don't exist anymore in St. Louis, except for Schnarr's Hardware. They have two locations in Webster Groves and in Clayton Road in Ladue. Schnarr's Hardware is that place where you go in and you can get that bucket of paint, you can get a couple screws. The advice is always free. And the one thing about Schnarr's Hardware that every single family hardware store used to have, and that is the smell. It smells like a hardware store. It's got the selection. I don't know how they do it. It's a small store, but they got everything you ever need. They got the paint. They got paint matching. They've got big green eggs. They've got screws and nails and everything a hardware store should have. Schnarr's Hardware, 2 locations, 1 great hardware store. Schnarr's Hardware, we'll see you there.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
Looking for a great local restaurant recommendation?
Missy Mo.
Tune in to the Kuno Food Service weekly special during the Frank and Jill Show, Thursdays at 11. Hear from the best of the best restaurant owners in town. Only on the Frank and Jill Show, Thursdays at 11. Presented by Kuno Food Service, right here on the Big 550 KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
Dalco Home Remodeling has been helping St. Louis homeowners for over 50 years. And Dalco's roofing system goes beyond just shingles. You see, for 50 years, Dalco understands that a roofing system offers roofing components and layers designed with a comprehensive protection for your biggest investment, your home. So, any issues with your roof? For 50-plus years, St. Louisans have been going to Dalco for all of your roofing needs. DalcoHomeRemodeling.com. That's DalcoHomeRemodeling.com.
I'm Mark Miller, owner of Miller Furniture and Mattress, your home for quality American-made furniture since 1927. We offer the largest selection of Amish-made furniture in the St. Louis area, plus quality living room furniture from Flex Steel and Smith Brothers. We carry top-quality mattresses from world-famous brands like Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and Chatham & Wells. Shop our Belleville, Fairview Heights, Lake St. Louis, and Ellisville showrooms. At Miller Furniture, we put the family in furniture.
Stay connected with the Big 550 KTRS, streaming 24/7 online at KTRS.com or on the KTRS app. Powered by JBL Financial. Stream Straight Talk on Retirement every Saturday morning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
9 minutes before 4 o'clock, Captain Paul, how's traffic?
Well, Heidi, no accidents, but there is a stalled vehicle on southbound 55 at 255. It's off on the shoulder, but it has traffic backed up on southbound 270 all the way to Gravois. Westbound 64 is reduced to one lane for construction between Illinois 158 and Greenmount. That has traffic backed up to Route 4. And southbound 55 is running slow from Gasconade to 4500 South Broadway. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Is the demolition of the east wing of the White House legal? Peter Harlambous, ABC News investigative reporter in New York, joins us to answer just that. Hey, Peter.
Hey, thanks so much for having me this afternoon.
Yeah, so I would assume when it is our house, the people's house, you'd have to go through Congress to do anything to it. Is that not correct?
You know, that's a fair assumption, but in practice, there isn't that much accountability here. So technically established by Congress, there is a commission whose job it is to approve any kind of changes to the White House. So historically, every administration has gone to this commission to get sign-off for something like a new tennis court or changes to the physical part of the structure of the White House. In this case, the Trump administration has not even submitted paperwork to that commission at this point. They've said that demolition is separate from construction and argue that they can go about this on their own, though every single former member of this commission I've spoken to has told me that's really just not the case.
So the demolition thing, I heard it explained that they could do that, but then they'd have to get the permitting to build up, and it sounded like there was some loophole language that they were trying to use, and you're saying that you don't think that's going to fly?
You know, I think at the end of the day, the loophole language they're kind of using, according to at least two former chairs of this commission, is wrong. It's that at the end of the day, construction and demolition are the same thing. They're part and parcel.
Yeah.
You don't knock down your home and then at that point think about what you're going to build. Generally speaking, you have an idea of what's going on, and if anything, especially if you're going to reuse part of the old building, demolition is a very structured thing that goes hand in hand with building something, with construction. So they've cast doubt on that claim. But at the end of the day, I don't think the fact that this is kind of going around the established process is going to be enough to stop this. It doesn't seem like there's a clear enough avenue for someone to sue, for someone to use an administrative stop to get this to stop this from going forward at this point. And as of this afternoon, we've seen satellite images really showing that the entire East Wing at this point has been leveled.
Interesting. And for someone who's probably spent his entire life battling New York City's permit process, it probably feels very freeing for the president to just say, hey, let's knock it down tomorrow. And then it's just gone. But we had somebody on yesterday, Peter, that said if you have a rule but no teeth, then no one's going to stop you. It doesn't really matter if there's rules in place if nobody steps in and enforces them?
You know, it's a really good point, and it's something that we've seen time and time again with the Trump administration. They move very quickly. At times, they move so quickly that they run afoul of certain federal laws. And there have been numerous instances already where, yes, someone does eventually come in and say this is unlawful or this should be stopped. But at that point, the harm has already been done. So, yes, there is teeth, but at this point, the bite's not happening quickly enough to actually fix anything. And with that in mind, there's really not much that's going to stop this president from going forward with this ballroom project, unfortunately.
So, Peter, I really do get that the end result doesn't mean that breaking rules or even skirting rules is okay. Having said that, has anybody said, oh, this will be a horrible thing at the White House? Sounds like it'll be okay.
Yeah, and to be fair, the renderings published by the White House are beautiful. It looks like a really nice ballroom, and most people, especially Republicans, are looking at this and saying, well, it's going to be a good addition. And historically, most people agree that the White House would benefit from some kind of indoor ballroom.
Yeah.
The area where it's concerned historians and preservationists and architects is how is this going to look compared to the rest of the White House?
Yeah.
Specifically the size. It is massive. And there's this real concern that it's going to make the entire building look disproportionate because you have this gigantic ballroom on one side, and then on the other side where there's the West Wing, it's a pretty squat and low structure. So that is something that has been raised by the White House Historical Association. They've raised concerns about this, but ultimately, because this is privately funded, the president has insisted that he can do what he wants. Again, I don't necessarily know if that's accurate in terms of privately funding it changing things, but that has been the president's argument through and through.
And Peter, I don't know enough about where the White House sits. Was there just not enough room to do an addition and we didn't have to knock down the East Wing?
You know, it's a big park. The entire complex is massive. Yes, there's the White House that you see, the White Building, but it sits in President's Park, and that has multiple buildings, including the Treasury Building and the Eisenhower Executive Building, and it has, of course, both wings of the White House. So theoretically, there's other spaces where it could go, but I think at the end of the day, aesthetically, this is probably the least noticeable, or at least it's the most proportional place that it could go. But in order to kind of fit it in, it appears to have required the destruction of the entire East Wing, which they've successfully done in about 3 days.
Wow.
Peter, have you seen online, they have a White House Lego set, and somebody said, just updated my Lego White House set, and they crumpled up all the whole East Wing and left it in little Lego pieces.
I can only imagine how hard that is for the guy who put together the Lego.
Yeah.
But I'm sure Lego will make a lot of money selling new upgrades.
The ballroom.
Yes, the ballroom. Peter Harlambous, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks so much, guys. Take care.
Zero is your hero at HW Kia. Zero down, zero payments for 90 days, or 0% for 48 months. Even zero tariff pricing on every clearly marked new HW Kia in stock. Currently stuck in your loan or lease? Big D, the trade man, wants to get you released. Up to 120% over fair market value for your trade. Every clearly marked new HW Kia. Zero down, zero payments for 90 days, or 0% for 48 months. Even gas and all-wheel drive Sportage and Sorrento SUVs. Have a job clearing $450 a week? You're practically approved. So bring your trade and lease a new Seltos S, Nero LX, or Soul. Just $99 a month. $49.95 due. And you guessed it, zero security deposit. But when they're gone, they're gone. You heard right. Choose your new Kia and drive for $99 a month. That's less than the cost of a daily cup of coffee. Only at HWKia.com. On approved credit, not all qualify. Plus tax, title, license, 587, title, and registration processing fee. Negative equity refinanced new loan. Rebates and incentives to due. 24-month, 10,000-mile lease. $49.95 due. Offers not a combination. Expires September 6, 2025.
Health insurance can feel complicated, but Medica health plans are different. See, we're non-profit, which means people first, not shareholders. And we're right here in St. Louis with affordable plans for local care you trust. Your doctors, your hospitals, to help you feel your best. With Medica, your health coverage can feel a bit simpler. And now, we're here for you. Medica Health Plans. You're not just covered, you're cared for.
Hey, Ed Brock, everybody. If you love Halloween like I do yourself a favor and visit Johnny Brock's Dungeon. Why shop those tiny pop-up shops when you can shop 30,000 square feet of locally owned Halloween fun? We're open all year at I-44 in Jefferson on the edge of Soulard. Johnny Brock's Dungeon, a St. Louis must-see.
The Big 550.
KTRS St. Louis.
I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor of Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. Photos show the east wing of the White House is completely demolished, part of President Trump's plan to build a new ballroom. The White House says the president and private donors are paying for the $300 million project, and Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had this to say.
The president has been incredibly transparent. I would reject any notion otherwise when it comes to this ballroom project. It's something he personally has obviously taken an interest into.
On the Senate floor, Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said,
"The image of Donald Trump adding a wrecking ball to the White House is a symbol for what he is doing to the whole country."
That was before a vote on a bill that would have paid some government employees during the shutdown. It failed. As Schumer said, the solution is to reopen the government. The NBA says Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups is on leave, along with Miami Heat player Terry Rozier. They were arrested, along with more than 30 others, in a federal gambling bust. ABC's Aaron Katursky has more.
Terry Rozier was among players like Shante Porter, who prosecutors said faked an injury and told sports bettors beforehand, like in a particular game when he was playing for the Charlotte Hornets back in March of 2023, that he would be out within 9 minutes, sometime in the first quarter. And the sports bettors then used that information to place $200,000 worth of bets, according to the indictment.
Billups allegedly lured people to fixed poker games. Good news for home buyers. The average rate for a 30-year mortgage is at its lowest level in more than a year, 6.19%. The delayed inflation report will be released tomorrow. The government shutdown has compromised reporting. Companies are reporting solid earnings, including Ford, which beat expectations. That report came after the close on Wall Street, where the S&P gained 0.5 percentage point. The Nasdaq was up 200 points. You're listening to ABC News.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
63 degrees at 4:03 with KTRS News. I'm Steve Potter. The City of St. Louis's Office of Recovery and the Community Development Administration have announced an important update to the Tornado Recovery Vacant Unit Turns program. It will expand eligibility to include for-profit developers and private landlords who currently own rental property in the city to quickly repair and reoccupy vacant rental units for families displaced by the May 16th tornado. Meanwhile, the St. Louis Board of Estimate and Apportionment has voted to approve more than $2.8 million in contracts to help tornado victims with everything from blankets and cots to debris cleanup. The upcoming final week of Illinois' final veto session includes tax hikes. Illinois House Minority Deputy Leader Noreen Hammond calls this fiscal recklessness by the Democrats.
The majority party has proven time and time again that they cannot live within a reasonable budget. In just the last 6 years, we have had a 36% increase in our budget in the state of Illinois. That is incredulous and certainly unsustainable.
The final week of the veto session begins next week. And among Missouri's new laws is one sponsored by Senator Ben Brown of Washington that relates to elections.
On February 17th, he told the Missouri Senate Local Government Elections and Pensions Committee this new law creates new provisions relating to foreign spending in state ballot measure elections.
This money is then used to exploit the initiative petition process in various states to essentially purchase constitutional amendments.
Senator Maggie Nurenborn of Kansas City, who serves on the panel, told the sponsor she has some concerns with this new law. At the same time, the Missouri Senate Select Committee on Property Taxes and the State Tax Commission held another hearing. This happened on Monday afternoon. Reporting from the state capitol, I'm Dean Morgan.
The Muni Garage Sale returns on Saturday for the first time since 2016. More than 5,000 items used in past productions will be available, including clothes, dance shoes, props, and promotional materials. The Muni Garage Sale runs Saturday from 10 a.m. until 4 o'clock on the Muni back lot, and organizers recommend you do not arrive before 9 a.m. due to the Heightsider 5K and 10K that are also scheduled for that morning in Forest Park. And the annual Kimswick Apple Butter Festival is back Saturday and Sunday. Visitors to the historic town south of St. Louis will find hundreds of homemade craft and food vendor booths that will line the streets downtown. This KTRS Business Minute brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. The Missouri Department of Economic Development's Office of Broadband Development will host its 4th annual Connecting All Missourians Broadband Stakeholder Summit today. The event highlights a proposal to invest more than $700 million to bring broadband service to more than 200,000 unserved and underserved homes and businesses across the state. The market's brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune into Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. At close, the Dow up 144 points at 46,734. NASDAQ up 201 at 22,941, and the S&P 500 up 39 at 6,738. Now let's throw it to Paul for KTRS Sports and Traffic.
Perfect 5-0 record intact against Vanderbilt this week. The last Tigers team to lose against the Commodores was Barry Odom's 2019 squad. Mizzou and Vanderbilt get started with a special expanded pregame show starting at 12 noon on Saturday. And there could be several lineup changes tonight as the Blues host Utah at Enterprise Center. The note remains shaky at home with a record so far of just 1-3. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. Southbound 270 is jammed from Doherty Ferry to Gravois after a stalled vehicle at 55 was cleared. Westbound 64 is reduced to one lane for construction between Illinois 158 and Greenmount. That has traffic jammed back to Route 4. And southbound 55 is running slow from Potomac to 4500 South Broadway. This traffic report is brought to you by Neighbors Credit Union. Check out the Neighbors Credit Union Debit All Day account, a checklist checking account featuring a Neighbors Visa debit card, the convenience of online and mobile banking, and access to your direct deposits up to 2 days early. Online at neighborscu.org, federally insured by NCUA, membership eligibility required. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
We're looking for sunny skies for the rest of the day, mostly clear tonight, an overnight low around 40. There's a 20% chance for some rain tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow's high near 62. At 4:08, sunny, 63 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
When you pay for tree work, you want to be sure you're getting the most for your hard-earned money. That's why you should always use the ISA certified arborist at River City Tree Service in Baldwin, Missouri. Hi, I'm Steve with River City Tree Service, and we've been the go-to tree service since 2008. Tree removal, tree trimming, storm damage, deadwood removal, stump grinding, and more. Give River City Tree Service a call for all your tree service needs at 314-270-8071. That's 314-270-8071. River City Tree Service.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously?
Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Mama's on the Hill is the legendary birthplace of the Toasted Rav, and Mama's is the premier family restaurant on the hill. Make a reservation online at mamasonthehill.com.
Navigating to and through retirement doesn't have to be complex. Listen to What Retirement Means to You with Jerry Means. Sunday mornings at 10 on KTRS, The Talk of St. Louis.
You're listening to The Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our headlines for this Thursday afternoon, October 23rd, Neon Greens launches Biscuit Town concept, bringing fresh breakfast options to St. Louis. Chef Josh Smith is adding a new food concept inside his existing restaurant, Neon Greens. Now, in case you don't know, it's a quick service salad concept that grows its own lettuce on site using vertical farms. It opened in March 2024 on Manchester Avenue in the Grove, and I will say their salads are fantastic.
And what's the name of that place?
It's called Neon Greens.
Okay.
Biscuit Town, which operated a pop-up earlier this year, is now part of Smith's chef-driven salad spot, at least Thursdays through Monday from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. The spot will offer 3 biscuit sandwiches and a signature dessert biscuit, as well as 2 styles of hash browns. The menu for Biscuit Town is rooted in St. Louis ingredients and partnerships, including Janie's Mill organic flour, Buttonwood Farms eggs, and Coffee Stamps coffee. At the heart of the menu is the restaurant's freshly made biscuit. He says we're approaching biscuits with the same design-minded creativity we bring to every Neon Greens dish, layering flavors, texture, and craft into something that feels both nostalgic and completely new.
And when do they say they're opening?
They will be open Thursday through Monday from 8 a.m. to 11 as far as the biscuits go.
Starting right away?
Mm-hmm.
I love biscuits.
You had me at biscuit.
I love hash browns.
I love a hash brown.
You know, Biscuit Town, when I have a good weekend doing my illegally sports gambling, soon to be legal in December, I always say, ooh, baby, we're in Biscuit Town now. That's only if I win, though.
Well, you don't say it very often.
I do not.
Oh.
I do not.
He's awful.
He's awful. He's really bad.
I don't know why he continues to do it. It's not like he hits big and then it's like he just continues to lose and throw money at it.
In golf, you can hit one great shot and you'll keep coming back. But apparently that works for gamblers, too.
We're in Biscuit Town tonight.
I love a biscuit.
Especially a homemade biscuit.
Give me some butter.
This is going to be good.
I'm going to say it again. How come we don't eat cheeseburgers on biscuits?
Why don't you?
I'm gonna try. I got to try it sometime.
Be fine.
Yeah. I do it on English muffins. Why not a biscuit?
Cheeseburger?
Yeah. If we make them at home.
I bet that is good.
It is delicious.
Got a nice crunch.
Yeah, a little sourdough English muffin.
Ooh.
You like the flaky biscuits or the home style?
Home style.
Home style, yeah.
Agreed.
Now, if I only have a flaky available,
I'll still eat it.
I'm all over it. Okay, I'm trying to get in. I'm not a Halloween guy.
I'm not either.
I'm trying to get into the mood. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Smoke-dried human remains.
Oh, boy.
Found in Asia.
This sounds delicious.
What is
with
wrong
some buttered
with
biscuits?
you?
That sounds like jerky, you know?
Well, it actually does. Scientists have discovered what's thought to be the oldest known mummies in the world in Southeast Asia, dating back 12,000 years.
And that's how they preserve the bodies?
Mummification prevents decay by preserving dead bodies.
Smoke-dried.
That can happen naturally in places like the sands of Chile's Atacama Desert or the bogs of Ireland. Various cultures have done it in different ways. We all know about Egyptian mummies. They may be the most well-known, but that's because Imhotep came alive and started killing people.
Oh, yeah. Great
but
movie.
now some of the oldest mummies were prepared by a fishing people called the Chinchorro about 7,000 years ago in Peru and Chile. But get this. Researchers now have found remains that were buried in crouched or squatted positions with cuts and burn marks in China and Vietnam, and to a lesser extent, the Philippines, Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia. Studying the bones further, they discovered they were likely exposed to heat. That suggested the bodies had been smoke-dried over a fire and mummified by hunter-gatherer communities in the area, which has led to the famous phrase, smell that smoke.
No.
But, no, that's not it.
See, now I'm hungry.
But here, this might be the creepiest part. Even today, indigenous communities in Australia and Papua New Guinea smoke dry and mummify their dead.
Really?
It's time for Halloween.
Wow.
Man.
What is a bog man? You know? You said the bogs.
Write that. There's a screenplay for you to write, and you hit it big.
Yeah. The
Bog Man.
The Bog Man. And Max will be like, oh, it's my favorite movie.
It's already been done.
I'm sure it has. What hasn't been done yet, Thanksgiving. It's still a month and a half away, right? But if
I don't think it's a month and a half.
5 weeks away?
Something like that.
Yeah.
If you are hosting and you are providing the turkey, it's going to cost you more this year. Turkeys are in short supply after hundreds of thousands were affected by the outbreaks of avian flu, bird flu that we heard so much about. American Farm Bureau Federation says the U.S. turkey flock has decreased to an estimated 195 million, marking the lowest total in roughly 4 decades.
How many do we need?
Well, our peak in 1996 was 303 million. So we're down about 100 million.
How many do we eat that one day? That's all we got to be worried about.
Right? But I don't know. Turkeys, to me, turkey is a staple of lunchtime, right? You go
turkey sandwich, sure.
You go to get a sandwich, it's a turkey sandwich. You know?
Often.
Who eats it for dinner outside of Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Nobody.
You ever had a turkey
Except
March?
Jen makes turkey pot pie that to die for. It's so good.
Like if you go to the grocery store in May, will they have a frozen turkey?
Yes.
Yes.
They will.
Yes.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Do they even
is
carry
this
them?
another one from? Do they carry them?
Hey, excuse me, Mr. Grocer. It's May 15th. Got
Yeah.
any turkey? No. You'll have to wait till Thanksgiving.
No, I mean, this is the season for
It's
frozen
not like
turkeys.
we're talking about like tomatoes.
Have
or,
you ever bought one in May?
Well, but
I don't ever make a turkey, but I know that they're there.
where do you think the turkey sandwiches come from?
Well, that's different. That's
No,
different
it
kind
is-
of turkey.
No, it's not.
You know,
it started
that's-
out as a whole cooked turkey.
And they
you know,
slice it back
yeah.
in the deli.
Well,
It's
I always thought it was funny. I worked at Mr. Goodson's, and the ham would come in a brick.
A big whole
Right.
ham.
Big whole ham brick. And I'm like, which part of the pig did this
It's
come
built like a
from?
brick.
You know, the turkey breast came in a big oval round. It's like, this didn't fit on a turkey somewhere.
Kind of pressed together.
Yeah, it's pressed.
It's called processed.
Pressed processed meat. But, you know,
I'd like you. Well, no, because you think they're going to be in the grocery store now. In March, we're going to go to the grocery store.
In May.
In May, we're going to go to the grocery store
Together.
and we'll get you a nice big butterball.
And I'll cook it. Just
Okay.
like I was going to cook that that pizza.
You don't really do the grocery shopping, do you?
No, I totally do. I do. When it's turkey season, they're all in that center case. You don't even have to open the door.
No.
You reach down, you pull out. There's orange juice there now, brother. You know? And in May,
It's in the poultry section.
what's the poultry section? Because I've never seen a frozen turkey sitting next to the chicken.
Go home tonight. On your way home, stop
Hop
at a
into the-
grocery
I'll go to
store
my
and
local
maybe
stores.
look around a little bit.
Last month's forecast said the prices would be 40% higher this year for
40%.
Wow.
That's unacceptable.
$132 per pound. Last year they were 94 cents a pound.
We're not doing that.
So there you
Going to
go.
be a little pricey.
There you go.
I'm going to be in Palm Springs, so you people do whatever you're going to
For
do.
Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Is there a ball tournament?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the best Thanksgiving we ever had.
Yeah.
We were at a basketball tournament, took the whole family in Southern California,
Oh,
in
I bet
Anaheim.
that was fun.
In Anaheim, the whole day at Disneyland. We left, everybody's dragging. It's Thanksgiving Day. there was a little hole-in-the-wall pizza place, and that was our Thanksgiving dinner. After
what a great memory.
And everybody in the family says that's the best Thanksgiving ever.
Thanksgiving is a big weekend for basketball tournaments. I remember we spent every single one of them here at McKendree because I was in a tournament when I was playing then, and I know I talk about her a lot, but Missy has usually gone to Cancun or somewhere for a big college tournament over Thanksgiving, so it's one of those things. A lot of people weighing in. Turkey and dumplings, more flavor than chicken and dumplings.
Yes.
No more turkey legs at Six Flags. About a month ago, I thawed out a turkey from a year ago, hung it in my pit barrel cooker, and it was delicious.
Somebody else said turkeys are flavorless. Now we've got dueling turkists here. One says it's more flavorful than chicken. And
They didn't
dumplings.
say chicken. They said it's beef and pork are much better. They didn't compare it to chicken.
Well, the one person's turkey and dumplings is better than chicken and dumplings,
Right.
and this person says turkey's flavorless. But going back to the guy there or gal that said no more turkey legs at Six Flags, was that a joke or is that real? Like, do they still?
Maybe they're too expensive.
Right? Because that is like
maybe it's an image thing. Now, I'm not going to disparage anyone. Dress however you want to dress. You do you.
I think you can get the turkey legs out at the Renaissance Festival.
Yes.
I firmly believe you do you. But when you think of being at Six Flags and somebody walking down the thing with a big turkey leg, I think of them wearing bib overalls with no shirt and only one strap hook.
No, that's not fair.
That's what comes to mind.
Yeah,
that was
and no shoes.
That's State Fair from back in the day.
Okay.
My
All right.
wife's favorite thing to get at one of those things.
Was she wearing bib overalls?
No, she wasn't. She had a shirt on.
Okay.
It's funny how all of a sudden it was his wife's favorite thing, and now he has become defensive of the turkey leg.
Well, she doesn't fit the profile.
She's an outlier. She's an outlier. We're not counting.
I guess.
Someone said I was at Six Flags last weekend for Fright Fest, and I could smell those turkey legs all over the park. So okay,
still
good.
there. You're okay. Yeah. I'll tell you, I don't know that you'll find the turkey legs, but you'll find just about everything else at St. Louis Union Station these days. I love the restaurant there, and they have a couple great ones. They've got the one with the monster shakes. What are those things called? I mean, they are delicious and all kinds of mixtures. But what they also have now are a couple of brand new rides. We're talking about a pirate ship that kind of does the swashbuckling arch where you
the
can
back and forth.
Yeah. You got the wave swing. You've got a little roller coaster that is spinning as you go. And Josh, you said that Finn absolutely loved it. So it is really
His tummy felt funny.
Yeah, made his stomach drop for the first time.
a fun family destination. You've already got the aquarium, which is absolutely incredible. And then throw in these rides and the midway games, and you've got the miniature golf. You really can make an entire day of it, or better yet, just stay there at Union Station in the hotel and make a weekend of it, because there is so much to do and see. You can plan your trip, even go ahead and get your tickets ahead of time at stlouisunionstation.com.
Diana from Newstetter's Fine Jewelers here to remind you, we don't just offer the best pieces, we offer one of the last master hand engravers in our country. My father can create timeless, personal, and unforgettable pieces. Come by our showroom at the corner of Big Ben and Doherty Ferry, or learn more online at wowdiamonds.com.
Everyone's talking about these weight loss drugs, and it's a good thing we've got Dr. Joe Molesky with us, a St. Louis native and board-certified primary care physician. Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
The magic cure is these weight loss shots. They're injected once weekly. They're not like the old medications that you've seen 20, 30 years ago. These medications actually work. They're injected once weekly, and patients see within the first 90 days 10 to 15 pounds down. It simply works, and that's why I recommend it to all of my patients. You simply go online, book an appointment. You fill out a health questionnaire form. You get an appointment on our schedule. It's all telemedicine based. It's all done from your home. And then you meet with me or one of my nurse practitioners. And then after the 10, 15-minute consult, the medication is delivered right to your door discreetly, and you get started right now on your weight loss journey.
And you want to start to lose weight? none better than to call stlmedweightloss.com and ask Dr. Joe. stlmedweightloss.com.
October is officially Financial Planning Month. The One Beautiful Bill Act locked in many of the tax laws set to revert back to the 2017 rules. But there were also changes to the tax code in this law, and we can help. If you're not taking full advantage of the tax law and you feel like you're paying more than your fair share, then let us help you plan for 2026 and take advantage of the new tax rules.
Give Capital Advisory Group a call at 636-394-5524. Online at capitaladvisorygrp.com.
Dalco Home Remodeling has been helping St. Louis homeowners for over 50 years. And Dalco's roofing system goes beyond just shingles. You see, for 50 years, Dalco understands that a roofing system offers roofing components and layers designed with a comprehensive protection for your biggest investment, your home. So, any issues with your roof? For 50-plus years, St. Louisans have been going to Dalco for all of your roofing needs. DalcoHomeRemodeling.com. That's DalcoHomeRemodeling.com.
If you need a credit score of 750, you need Analytico750.com. Analytico750.com is the credit health partner that works for you. With Analytico750.com, you get smarter, faster credit updates. Forget waiting 45 days. At Analytico750, we provide fresh updates every 30 days. Plus, you get access to all 3 credit bureaus and unlimited reports for just $25 a month. But there's more. We also provide business credit reports, personal credit analyzation, and credit monitoring to keep tabs on your score 24/7. We even offer rapid rescore to accelerate score changes and a security freeze to lock down your credit from identity thieves. After you sign up, one of our credit experts will help you aim for a 750 credit score. Build your credit score to 750 with Analytico750.com. Call 800-850-0750. 800-850-0750. That's 800-850-0750.
Have you seen all the 5-star reviews Michael's Baths has gotten on Google? How about their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau? Everyone, including the nanny, raves about Michael's friendly office staff and their experienced installation team. With over 30 years of experience, all they do is bathrooms. They're not trying to be the biggest. They just want to be the best. Right now, get a free shower door or $500 off your bathroom remodel. Call Michael's Baths, 636-775-0800 or michaelsbaths.com.
Gingham's Homestyle Restaurant has been a staple in St. Charles for 35 years. Our comfortable, casual atmosphere offers some of the best comfort food you've ever had. Customers might know our delicious breakfast, but you can have whatever you want, anytime you want, with our full menu 24 hours a day. Nothing warms your heart like Gingham's famous vegetable soup, and we can cater your event, too. If you like home-style food and great friendly service, you'll love Gingham's Restaurant in St. Charles. 636-946-0266 or ginghamsrestaurant.com.
You're listening to The Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Royal Banks of Missouri is proudly reinvesting in its hometown of University City. Their new branch at 8550 Olive Boulevard is now open to serve you. Visit their team in University City to discover how they can help you refresh your finances and invest in your future today. Call 314-212-1500 or go to royalbanksofmo.com for more information. Royal Banks of Missouri, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
All right, tell me how you feel about this. When you arrive at a restaurant in D.C., it's called Hush Harbor. You're greeted by the host and then immediately notified that it is a no phone policy. So you have to put your phone in one of those yonder pouches.
Mm-hmm.
They lock it up and you go have dinner. And then at the end of the dinner, you are given back your phone at the end of the night.
I like it. Now, especially if you know what you're in for.
Uh-huh.
Let's go have a nice dinner and conversation. I think it's great.
I do too. And the Chef Harper, is a known restaurateur. He won Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen Season 3, opened this place back in September, but he said it really is kind of like old school. He wants people to be kind of in the moment and really be there to pay attention to each other.
What's the name of the place again?
Hush Harbor.
Hush Harbor. I
Yeah.
will go there this winter.
And he says that this concept comes at a time when other restaurant owners are implementing their own rules to curate their space. And you remember, here in St. Louis, a place went viral for not allowing anyone under 30 in the restaurant. So basically, this chef wanted his no phone rule to prioritize fostering a pro-present atmosphere in this digital-centric world. And he's even witnessed love connections really blossom as people are sitting there and having conversations. He said, I've seen a bunch of first dates that have lasted for 2 or 3 hours where they're playing games or they're joking around. It's just something that you haven't seen in a while, and he's happy to be a part of that.
I like it.
I do, too.
I think it's a good idea.
What do you guys think on the
I
text
don't
line?
know if I want it. For instance, if I'm solo,
Yeah, if you're solo, it'd be different.
I'd better get a newspaper or
Uh-huh.
something. But yeah, but if you want to, you're out with people, it's
Yeah.
great to have conversation.
I tell you what, I have newspapers in the house from time to time. And I'll sit down with a meal and I'll open it up and I'll start reading it. And then I'll see something in a story or see a blurb or a blip or, oh, that's interesting. I'll get my phone out and I'll start Googling on my phone part of what the story was talking about. And then I'm back down that rabbit hole. And
Why wouldn't you just read the article in the paper?
Because then, something comes.
Or about.
Yeah. Oh, the Peloponnesian War. What was that all about? And then I'm back on my phone. And it's like, this vicious cycle.
I think that's part of the problem with our phones.
That you can just reach down and grab it whenever
And
you want.
that you can Google anything you want instead of focusing on the one article that you have. You can't even finish that without going to the next thing
Yeah.
because it's done that to our attention spans.
It really
That's
has
exactly
killed
right.
it.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's something that can be reversed, or if you're a kid that's growing up now, if you're lost.
It might be.
Yeah.
That's a great. Next time we get a psychologist on, let's bring that up.
Here's a newspaper, read it, and then I can't. I don't know how. Somebody said that we need to start teaching our kids some like real life lessons, as in how to sit through a car ride without watching YouTube videos.
Well, I'll tell you this, and I think it happened. The separation happened in COVID.
Mm-hmm.
My oldest 2 kids are voracious readers. My youngest is not. He just, I'll read a book, but he's just not. And so I think, there's a little more separation between his older 2 siblings and him, 4 years.
Yeah.
And so that formative time during COVID was a big deal.
See, I think you're just either a born reader or not.
Really?
And I think you can get there. Like, I enjoy reading now. I hated it as a kid. Never did read. And Jennifer Blome actually helped me and kind of led me down a path of some great memoirs. And then I went, she kind of knew what I would like. And then I slowly, kind of got more into it. But I will say my niece and nephew, and I was such a proud aunt at this moment, and their father would read a lot. Instead of being at a restaurant and them being on iPads, they'd each have a book.
That's
while we
cool.
waited.
Isn't that weird?
It's weirdly awesome.
It was cool. But I mean, I think it's, what you kind of gravitate towards. And if you find the right thing and the kids invested in it, I think it can work.
Somebody said on the text line 84126, I understand the idea of not being on the phone at dinner, but I'm a grown man and I'm not going to give my phone to some restaurant manager.
Well,
I
then
think
you probably don't want to go to that restaurant.
Yeah, don't go there. But I think the point is, we can't self-police ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because
you're going to pick it up. Somebody's going to say something, and you're going to pick it up and go, oh, let me look.
Who was that actress in that movie that one
time?
That's what we do all the time. That I agree with that person, or the gentleman, but then you say, okay, this is not where I'm going
it's
to have
not going to
dinner.
be your
And that's
spot.
Okay. That's okay.
Right. Somebody said I get a local newspaper weekly from Freeburg, Illinois. I love reading it page by page by page on the newspaper itself, not online, but the actual paper. Yeah. I get that as well. Now, I will tell you what I end up doing if I have a magazine or a piece of paper, all of a sudden I'll find myself and I'm doing that thing with my pointy finger and my thumb trying to blow up the words so I will make them clearer or
No,
look at the
you
picture.
don't.
Yes, I do.
That's
and
hilarious.
then I catch myself and go, I can't do that. What am I doing?
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, let me switch to the online version.
I do that with Josh. I'll try to hit the mute button, but it doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
Drop call.
434. Captain Paul, how's traffic looking?
Well, Heidi, southbound 270 is heavy from Olive down to Doherty Ferry. Northbound 270 jammed from Manchester to 64. Westbound 64 is reduced to one lane for construction between Illinois 158 and Greenmount. That has traffic jammed back to Route 4. Eastbound 64 bogs down at 170 but opens up at Big Bend. Westbound 64 is crowded from Kings Highway to Hampton and around Lake St. Louis Boulevard. And southbound 55 is running slow from Potomac to 4500 South Broadway. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
And now, KTRS weather.
For one of those days with beautiful blue skies, but lighter winds today out of the northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour and a high in the mid-60s. Very dry air. Overnight lows in the 40s, a little patchy frost in some outlying areas, not so much in the metro area. But things will be clouding up tomorrow, maybe even a few sprinkles around for high school football in the evening or maybe trunk or treats, and more rain possible over the weekend. In the First Alert Weather Center, I'm KMOV meteorologist Kent Earhart for the Big 550 KTRS.
The head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers and a player from the Miami Heat were arrested today, along with more than 30 other people in 2 criminal cases, alleging sprawling separate schemes to rake in millions by rigging sports bets. Brad Garrett, ABC News crime and terrorism analyst in Washington, joins us with more on this story. Do we have any idea what led to this takedown?
No, I mean, typically, Heidi, what happens in these gambling scenarios is you have informants that either get involved in the games, they do undercover, taping, have conversations with people that, pull the case together. I don't know. They may have wiretaps. They could well have text messages. And my guess is maybe all of the above, because my sense would be that 30 or so have been charged at this point, but that number is just going to grow. And so how big is this in the NBA? And you could maybe even expand it to other professional sports. I have no idea. But these 2 schemes seem to be NBA driven.
Brad, this is a fascinating story. In fact, I bet it's going to be on Law and Order pretty soon, and it's going to be a movie soon after that. But what's fascinating about this, it's 2, I want to say separate cases, but they might be connected by the mafia. I didn't know the mafia was still a thing.
They threw around names today, Bonanno, Gambino, Genovese. I mean, these are names that you would hear in a movie.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't talk about in what context other than it says that those 3 families in particular backed the games and took in proceeds. So, and I think it's my understanding that they also were probably the enforcers. If you go and lose a bunch of money and you can't pay up, they have their ways and means to get you to pay up.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how that plays out too. That's just a small part of it. But both of these schemes, if you quickly start with the gambling scheme, they use people. Like the Portland Trail Blazers coach Chauncey Billups and a former Cleveland Cavalier player by the name of Damon Jones. They would use people like those 2 that, have big, at least in professional basketball, have huge name recognition. And so if you advertise and you can come to a game in Manhattan, Las Vegas, wherever it might be, and play poker with these guys, there's a certain type of person that gets all enamored about being able to do that. And so they would get people, I think, and my guess is some of them are high rollers that would lose a lot of money. I mean, they're talking about taking in over a number of, I'm going to guess, years, millions of dollars. And these are rigged in such a way that they used, according to the indictment, like there are machines that will shuffle the cards. But these machines were rigged. They could actually read the cards that they were shuffling. And so they would know what cards people got. And they let, apparently, the person they're trying to get money from win occasionally. But then basically all the other players would be the winners. And the combination of them being told through some wireless device as to what cards these players have. And also, they apparently used a table that they're calling an X-ray table, that if you wore a particular type of glasses, you can actually see through the card that's turned, face down. So let's say that, let's say the victim in this case had an ace of spades, and it was face down. That with these glasses on and on this special table, you could actually see it was the ace of spades. So it's another angle of cheating, obviously. But I think we're talking about a lot of games. And, it's probably going to be different well-known people at from game to game. But that's how that worked.
Would they target one person and just go directly after them? Like I'm thinking there's a basketball player that Chauncey Billups brings in, and then it's him surrounded by 5 Italian guys, and they're all, oh, the cards just aren't there today. Would they target one person, or would they target the whole table?
I don't think so. I think you're going to have, I think you're going to have a mix of the following. You're going to have the well-known people. They call them face cards.
Yeah.
In the indictment, the face cards are the people I mentioned, and obviously many more. And then I don't know this, but I'm guessing you're going to have people that are part of the scam, but are just playing in the game, and then you're going to have X number of victims, so to speak, in the game. But if you can control what cards, or you control how to work around whatever a person might have, and particularly if you got a machine that's giving them certain cards, how does it get any better, right? If you want to win, so that's that scheme, and then there's obviously the sports betting scheme that has all sorts of angles to it, from players getting inside information about, let's say player A got hurt like 2 hours ago, and they now have that information that player's hurt, and so before that gets out, they tell people that's the case, and so-and-so is not going to play tonight, which will change the outcome of the game potentially, and so they'll bet accordingly. So it's things like that, or players actually saying, I'm going to pretend to be hurt in the second quarter of the game, or whenever it might be. And when I step off, there's a thing about, you can even bet on the performance of a player. I've never heard of such a thing. But anyway.
Yes, it's the prop bets that you can make while the game's going on.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that gets so dangerous. It seems to me, and I don't know if we've gotten a reaction from the NBA yet, Brad, if we have, but I would think that if they were smart, any player or coach or team personnel member that even smelled a little bit like being involved or being aware, they've got to get them out of the league, or this will be a disaster.
Yeah, I think they've already relieved the coach of the Portland Trail Blazers. But yes, I totally agree. And if this grows, you think of the impact financially this could have on the NBA.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take out, I'm making this number up, but 20, 30 additional players onto these 30 that we know about, I mean, you could change the outcome of what goes on, and it also will sour the public in wanting to go to the games.
Right.
Yep.
Absolutely.
It's really a super bad day for professional basketball.
Well, Brad, we were discussing back in the office the mafia a little bit more. Are there certain cities where the mafia is more prevalent than others?
Well, I think the short answer is yes, but I think organized crime has also evolved beyond just breaking kneecaps and doing a lot of face-to-face stuff. Does that go on? Of course it does. But I think they're involved in the technology, because this sports betting the gambling's one thing. The sports betting really, involves not so much person to person, but being able to manage and organize these fraudulent betting schemes. So they're nothing like they used to be. I mean, these names, 30 years ago, if I were to throw them out, they would still be, really relevant big families. But that, generally speaking, that's just not the case anymore.
Yeah. Brad, I know you're working on the other story, which is the big heist from the Louvre. Do we have any new evidence? Do we have DNA? Are we getting closer to finding out who did this?
Well, the cops claim they have, because the bad guys could not set the truck that had the ladder lift mounted to it. They wanted to set that on fire, and they ran out of time.
Oh.
And so they left it, and I think security was about to confront them, and so they left because you don't want to get caught, obviously, at the scene. So they leave on the Yamaha scooters, but because what was left, it wasn't damaged. They pulled DNA, I think, off a helmet or maybe a pair of gloves. And, we'll see if that matches up to somebody that's, already in the justice system in France.
Got it.
But that's another story that we could spend another few minutes talking about, but we're out of time.
Yes, we are. Next time, Brad Garrett, always great to pick your brain. Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care.
Did you guys know this was my parents' wedding song?
I did.
Really?
Yeah.
Seems a little morbid when you think about it.
Are they either one of them in the mob?
No, my mom is, I guess, half Italian.
Oh. It's a beautiful song.
They got married in 72.
Oh.
Right. So it was all the rage,
Was it their favorite movie?
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, my parent, to this day, we'll still talk about Hyman Roth and...
Josh, never go against the family.
Yeah, how dare you? It's like I can't speak in front of my father. He's like, my son, I spoiled my children,
Josh, this is the life we've chosen.
I know. All right. I asked Jeff Zufall one time, can you declare your gambling wins and losses, mostly your losses? You don't want to declare your wins because, that's my money. But can I declare my losses on my taxes?
We were just talking legalities and gambling, right?
Right.
Okay.
He says, yes, you have to use it to offset your wins, though. So now I got to claim my wins. But it's more losses than wins, as Heidi already pointed out. And maybe that's an avenue. If you like to go to the boat all the time, they're not boats anymore. But if
we
you
still
like,
call them that, though.
Yeah. If you like to go to the casino and you've lost some money.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Talk to Jeff and say, hey, I lost a bunch of money. And I said, well, how do they keep track of it all? Remember that little card that they give you that you lay down when you cash in? Keeps a running tally on there the whole time. So
interesting.
One of many things that you can pick up from Jeff Zufall in the Keep What's Yours show that we do on the weekends. Keep What's Yours. Jeff Zufall, Capital Advisory Group. Here's the number, 636-394-5524. Got some gambling losses you'd like to write off? Give Jeff a call and see if you guys can't figure it out. CapitalAdvisoryGRP.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Do you know why right now is the absolute best time to book your new patio or deck with my friends at Outdoor Living? Aside from being the best in town, these guys are really smart. They pay attention to market conditions, and they've stocked up on patio and deck supplies, including steel, all before these tariffs kicked in. So while their competitors' pricing has gone through the roof, prices have never been better at Outdoor Living. Now is the best time to call and book your summer job. Not to mention, these same competitors have sold out to large conglomerates and hedge funds. Pat Leahy and his team remain locally owned and operated, providing the best pricing and the best service in town. So, looking for a new deck or a new fence or anything outdoor? Outdoor Living, 314-966-DECK. That's 314-966-DECK. Or check them out online, Outdoor Living Inc., or check out their great showroom, Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood, OutdoorLivingInc.com.
If you're looking for your next home, think of First Community. Our Smart Choice Home Loan offers a 30-year fixed rate of just 6.531% APR to qualified borrowers, and you only need a down payment of 10%. Whether it's your first home, your forever home, or even a vacation home, be smart with a Smart Choice loan from First Community for all your savings and all your loans. Must qualify for membership. For terms and conditions, call toll-free 1-888-642-7969. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing lender.
I'm Mark Miller, owner of Miller Furniture and Mattress, your home for quality American-made furniture since 1927. We offer the largest selection of Amish-made furniture in the St. Louis area, plus quality living room furniture from Flex Steel and Smith Brothers. We carry top-quality mattresses from world-famous brands like Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and Chatham & Wells. Shop our Belleville, Fairview Heights, Lake St. Louis, and Ellisville showrooms. At Miller Furniture, we put the family in furniture.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
M-I-C-C-O-U, Mizzou Live.
Mizzou Mondays Live is back at Westport Social this Monday night with a very special guest, the general manager of Mizzou basketball, Tim Fuller, as the Tigers prepare for the upcoming season. It all starts at 7 o'clock on the Big 550 KTRS. It's Mizzou Mondays Live from Westport Social on your home for the Tigers, the Big 550.
Let's go, you Tigers.
KTRS.
Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Alliance is rebranding to Reese Nichols, a Missouri-born real estate company established 125 years ago. The same trusted agents who've served St. Louis for 45 years now have the backing of Missouri's most trusted brokerage. With offices across the metro and in-house mortgage, title, and insurance, Reese Nichols makes your move seamless. They proudly support the Ronald McDonald House, raising over $1.5 million for Missouri families. Visit ReeseNichols.com to learn more.
Tune in Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. for Straight Talk and Retirement with Jeff and Aaron Lapidus for an intimate understanding of the retirement needs you may soon be facing. You're listening to The Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
All right, it's about 8 minutes before 5 o'clock. Time to get another check of traffic with Captain Paul.
Heidi, southbound 270 is heavy from north of Olive down to Doherty Ferry. Northbound 270 is jammed from Manchester to 64 with a two-car crash blocking a center lane just south of 64. Westbound 64 is reduced to one lane for construction between Illinois 158 and Greenmount. That has traffic jammed back to Route 4. Eastbound 64 bogs down at 170 but opens up at Big Bend. Westbound 64 is crowded from Kings Highway to Hampton and around Lake St. Louis Boulevard. And southbound 55 is running slow from Potomac to 4500 South Broadway. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
I think the violin is such a beautiful instrument to watch. The way somebody plays it, it just looks so it looks so hard, but it also is just a beautiful thing. I'll say this, it's something that I absolutely do not understand, but I have worked with people in the past that did not take all of their vacation days. And according to a new report, 23% of employees didn't take a single vacation day in the past year. Now, I guess there are several reasons. It just doesn't seem to make sense to me. They say workload. 43% of workers have felt that they have too much work to justify taking a vacation. And
that's my wife.
Really?
Yep. She says it'll be too much when I get back to deal with.
Wow.
30% worry about falling behind.
Yep.
I think I can speak for you. I work to go on vacation.
Absolutely. That's what we're here for, right?
That for me,
Yeah.
It really is.
I mean, I feel like you have earned that when you put in good time at the office. It's for you to get away and kind of recharge so that you're better when you get back.
I got to ask the texters this because we're not corporate radio. We're not corporate America here. We are, live and local, right? If you work in corporate America and you don't use your vacation days, do you get cash for those?
Depends on the company. No.
Can you
no.
bank those
No.
for next year?
It depends on the policies.
Sometimes you can, but what they want to avoid is, hey, look, I've got 6 months of vacation. No, we're not doing that.
Now I'm on sabbatical.
Most places are use it and lose it.
Yes.
Or lose it. Yeah,
Absolutely.
most places.
Oh, then how could you not?
That's what I'm
use
saying.
it?
It's like you're throwing away money.
Now, I know some places also you can bank sick days.
Yes.
But most, I don't want to say specifically, but I think most, does that mean 51% maybe, that you just can't roll them over forever?
Mm-mm.
And I've seen some places where they say sick day, vacation day, personal day. We're not doing that anymore. You have a bank of 21.
Oh.
Use them as you see fit.
Well, I'll tell you, Marsha's company is fantastic, and they're fantastic when it comes to, maternity leave, paternity leave, all of that. She doesn't have a set number. They just trust. If you want time off, take it.
Isn't that
as
something?
long as you get your work done, fine.
Do what you got to do.
Seen those stories that companies will do that? There's no such thing as vacation day. You take what you want. And the employees will actually take less days.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's some thoughts to that. Other people say it's team culture. 29% of workers feel guilty or pressured to appear committed.
That stinks.
I'm sorry they feel that way.
I am too. Personal time off expectations. A lot of employees say that they don't think they have enough personal time off to take a proper vacation. And then, of course, if your employer is actually invested, you're talking to them. You know how it stands, at least as far as I'm concerned.
What's the longest, since you've started working, what's the longest break you've had? After I got married, we went on our honeymoon. Mr. Dorsey was nice enough to give me 2 weeks. So we were gone for 2 whole weeks.
2 weeks is as long as I've been off as well. But it was like during my show me days and when we would have the Olympics on NBC, we were preempted. So, it was a good time to take off, and you definitely weren't kind of putting the burden on anybody else.
Okay.
I think the most work days I've missed is like 12.
In a row?
In a row.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So counting the 2 weekends
Yeah.
in there, you're gone for 2.5 weeks, something like that.
It feels weird.
It does.
Doesn't it?
It
really
feels
does.
great.
Weird, but great.
Yeah. I mean, and that's one of the things with the RV is, you really, like, I want to get out to Seattle. I want to get to Oregon. We want to get down to Key West, but you really
You don't
have to
have enough
have the days to get there because you're not going to drive, 12 hours a day as far as that gets. And I will tell you, I'm looking forward to Costa Rica because I'm going to be able to get in that swimsuit a couple more times. And now I actually feel a little more confident thanks to Premier U. It's just changed the entire way that I think. And Premier U has really helped me with that. Of course, they initially, kind of gave me the tool of the weight loss medications, Ozempic and Mounjaro. You've heard of them. And it is the generic equivalents of that. So it's not nearly as expensive. But more than that, it is the coaching that goes around with it. Talking to a nutritionist who says, it really is important to keep that muscle mass. And so you need to take some amino acids, or it's really important that you take the creatine, maybe just a little scoop in your coffee, because that helps you maintain the muscle mass. The reason they know that is because you actually get on this scale once a month, and it will measure not just the weight loss, but it measures how are your muscles maintaining. Are you losing muscle in your right arm? Are you keeping your muscle in your left leg? And it will actually pin it down to that so you know what's going on. And then it'll also say, look, we're doing great. We've lost some visceral fat, and that's the fat, the dangerous fat around your organs. That's what Premier U really does. It is customizing your journey. And it has been life changing for me. I feel better in my clothes. I feel more confident. And I think it'll help you as well. Premier U has 2 locations, one in Swansea, one in South County. You can check them out online, premierumed.com. That's premier, the letter U, med.com. All right, lots of people clocking out, kind of rolling into Thursday evening. We've got more to get to. We're going to talk to Caleb Silver, the editor-in-chief of Investopedia. We're talking about the national debt. How did we get to this point, and how do we get out of it, or do we? We'll talk about that coming up at about 5:10.
Are you looking for a simple, clean, budget-friendly, no surprises, no gimmicks remodel of your bathroom? Michael's Baths is who you call. Right now, when you call Michael's Baths at 636-775-0800, you'll get an estimate that's 30 to 50% less of everybody else, and they'll throw in a free shower door or $500 off a bath remodel. Michael's Baths, for 30-plus years, guaranteed happiness. michaelsbaths.com.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. President Trump today pardoned crypto titan Changpeng Zhao. The Treasury Department had said that his crypto exchange, Binance, failed to implement programs to prevent and report suspicious transactions with terrorists. Asked at the White House why he pardoned the man known as CZ, the president said,
I don't know. He was recommended by a lot of people. A lot of people say that, are you talking about the crypto person? A lot of people say that he wasn't guilty of anything.
The president was also asked about U.S. military strikes on alleged narco-trafficking boats. There were at least 9 since September. In the last 2 days, there have been 2 in the eastern Pacific Ocean. Earlier, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt said,
what we've made very clear is that this administration is not going to tolerate international narco-terrorist organizations from trafficking drugs into the United States.
Plaintiffs suing the federal government over ICE agents in Chicago allege that Customs and Border Protection officers used chemical agents, violating a temporary restraining order blocking their use without justification. There's been no comment from the government. The White House says President Trump wants to increase the supply of beef in order to bring down consumer prices, but not everybody's happy, says ABC's Elizabeth Schulze.
The head of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association says we cannot stand behind the president while he undercuts the future of family farmers and ranchers. And farmers who we've been speaking with are frustrated that the Trump administration hasn't yet delivered an aid package for them, while it is moving forward with this extraordinary bailout of Argentina.
President's going to bring in more beef from Argentina. Terry Rozier of the Miami Heat and Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups placed on leave by the NBA. They were arrested along with more than 30 others as part of a federal crackdown on illegal gambling that authorities say was backed by the mafia. You're listening to ABC News.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21. You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
63 degrees at 5:03 with KTRS News. I'm Steve Potter. Attorneys for St. Louis County Executive Sam Page are asking a judge to dismiss an indictment accusing him of misusing public funds to campaign on an election issue. In a court filing, Page's attorneys argued that the prosecution's case presents several errors, ranging from false or missing information and sworn police statements to illogical arguments. Earlier this week, on another matter, Page held a press conference to express his opposition to a decision to double pet adoption fees at the St. Louis County Animal Shelter, which will start next Wednesday. Page said the upcoming change will hurt an already overcrowded shelter.
Now, recently we did have some legislation passed. There was some compromise legislation that will help us here at the animal shelter. And that's a good thing, and we're grateful for that. But the council still hasn't addressed our request adequately for holding more free adoption events in St. Louis County to help the animals find a better home.
Those that support the increase say it covers staffing as well as the rising cost of food and veterinary care, but Page says the larger fees will mean fewer adoptions. Meanwhile, on the same day that Page held that press conference, a large number of animals were rescued from a property in Fenton.
St. Louis County Animal Control took 30 small dogs and a pony from what was described as unsafe and neglectful conditions in a home in Fenton Tuesday night. The discovery of the animals came just hours after county officials said its shelter was severely overcrowded with 175 animals in a space usually meant for only 80. And adopting a pet will become even more expensive. The county council is doubling adoption fees from $40 to $80, despite the objection of County Commissioner Sam Page. The animals taken from the Fenton home are currently receiving medical treatment, so workers are hoping that people will make space for them by adopting pets at the current lower rate before it doubles next week. Sobe Bay, KTRS News.
3 family members of Illinois' gubernatorial candidate Darren Bailey were killed in a helicopter crash. Their son, his wife, and 2 of their children lost their lives in the accident in Montana. A 3rd grandchild was not on the helicopter. First-year medical students at St. Louis University will lead an interfaith memorial service to honor individuals who donated their bodies to medical education. The service will take place tomorrow afternoon from 2 until 3 o'clock. This KTRS Business Minute brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. The St. Louis area Boeing strike continues. Yesterday, the company presented the union with a revised contract offer after 2 days of negotiations with a federal mediator, but it ended without a vote. The International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers called Boeing's latest offer disrespectful. A look at the markets now, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. At close, the Dow up 144 points at 46,734. NASDAQ up 201 at 22,941. And the S&P 500 up 39 at 6,738. Now let's go to Paul for KTRS Sports and Traffic.
Steve, there could be several lineup changes tonight as the Blues host Utah at Enterprise Center. The note remains shaky at home with a record so far of just 1-3. And St. Louis City 2 has elected to once again play the lowest remaining seed in the MLS Next Cup playoffs. City 2 will take on Minnesota 2 Sunday at Energizer Park in the conference semifinals. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. An accident on northbound 270 before 64 has just been cleared, with traffic still slow back to Doherty Ferry. Southbound 270 is heavy from north of Olive down to Doherty Ferry. Westbound 64 is reduced to 1 lane for construction between Illinois 158 and Greenmount. That has traffic jammed back to Route 4. Eastbound 64 bogs down at McKnight but opens up at Big Bend. Westbound 64 is crowded from Kings Highway to Hampton and around Lake St. Louis Boulevard. And southbound 55 is running slow from Gasconade to 4500 South Broadway, where it's stop and go. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our forecast calls for mostly clear skies tonight, an overnight low around 40. We do have a 20% chance for some rain tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow's high near 62. We're coming up on 8 minutes past 5 o'clock. We have sunshine, 63 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Some of my fondest memories as a kid is heading down to the hardware store. You had to pick up a couple of nails, a couple of screws, maybe a gallon of paint, whatever it may be, right? It was your friendly neighborhood hardware store. Well, those don't exist anymore in St. Louis, except for Schnarr's Hardware. They have 2 locations in Webster Groves and in Clayton Road in Ladue. Schnarr's Hardware is that place where you go in and you can get that bucket of paint, you can get a couple screws. The advice is always always free. And the one thing about Schnarr's Hardware that every single family hardware store used to have, and that is the smell. It smells like a hardware store. It's got the selection. I don't know how they do it. It's a small store, but they got everything you ever need. They got the paint. They got paint matching. They've got big green eggs. They've got screws and nails and everything a hardware store should have. Schnarr's Hardware, 2 locations, 1 great hardware store. Schnarr's Hardware, we'll see you there.
Concerned about where your retirement is heading? Is it on track to meet your needs and goals? Are taxes and inflation a constant worry? Well, you can join Jerry Means for What Retirement Means to You, powered by Means Financial Group, and find out how their team can help guide you to that retirement you've always dreamed of. Listen to What Retirement Means to You with Jerry Means, Sunday mornings at 10 on KTRS, The Talk of St. Louis. More details at meansfinancialgroup.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
The U.S. government's national debt surpassed $38 trillion yesterday, a record number. How did we get here, and how do we get out of it? For that, we bring in Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief of Investopedia. Thanks for making time for us this afternoon.
Good to be with you.
So how did we get here, and who do we owe?
It's just called government spending, good old-fashioned government spending, and this government is really good at spending, not just this administration, but every administration really for the past 60 or 70 years has been really good at spending, and that debt is growing at a rate of about $69,700 per second. Not that I'm counting, but how did we get here? We spend a lot on government programs. We spend a lot on defense. We spend a lot on just paying down the interest on our national debt. That's about $4 trillion just over the past decade, and that's only going up as well.
And so do we just print more money? Are we borrowing this from other countries? What's the situation?
Yeah, we borrow through issuing our government bonds. The 10-year U.S. Treasury is the most widely held, most trusted asset, or was the most trusted asset on planet Earth. So the people that are buying our government bonds are governments around the world, pension funds, hedge funds, individual investors, institutional investors. So basically, we're borrowing it through issuing debt, and we just continue to issue more and more debt. Alexander Hamilton had a great idea over 200 years ago, which is finance the construction of this new company by selling our debt. Well, that got pretty carried away and has gotten even more carried away over the last several decades.
So how do we get out of it? I mean, when you talk about a family, you know, we're deep in credit card debt. We've got interest rates coming in. How do we get out of this? Does a government work like a family unit would in trying to pay off their debt?
In a way, but as families, we can't issue our own government bonds.
That would be nice.
So what do we do? Yeah, who would like to buy some silver family bonds that help me get my kids through college? It doesn't work like that. We take on more debt, and that's also what this country does. We take on more and more debt, although we do have an instrument that helps us at least raise some of that money, but we're never going to pay down the $38 trillion. And families that are facing debt, and we know there are many of them out there, the average credit card debt is about $7,000. Student loan debt averages about $32,000. We don't get out of it. What we can do is try to bring it down. How do you bring down debt? Well, you spend less and you grow your income, but you also transfer all of your debt obligations to lower interest obligations. So you can do that by getting a credit card that has a lower interest rate. Good luck with that, but there are some coming onto the market right now. But we also do that by actually reducing the amount that we spend every month and try to balance our budgets. Bill Clinton tried to do that years and years ago, tried to balance the federal budget. It's extremely difficult, and it's extremely difficult with a new administration coming to office. Even though they say they're cutting the spending, at the end of the day, they're actually spending more and finding different ways to bring in revenue to try to offset that.
So, Caleb, President Clinton famously balanced the budget, but did it do anything to help the national debt, or was that just sort of in the moment?
Yeah, that was in the moment, and actually being able to actually pay down all the debt we owe, we'll never be able to do that, but it was also not the way it was set up. We were never expected to be able to completely pay off our national debt and be debt-free. That's why we continue to issue more and more government bonds. And you remember earlier this year when the tariff war started, the big concern for a lot of investors was a lot of the investors that used to buy our bonds, the Chinese government, the Bank of Japan, et cetera, started buying less and less of it. So the less people that want to buy our bonds makes it harder and harder for us to raise money to service that debt and to pay for all of our government needs.
Another history lesson. Did we ever not have national debt?
Well, pre-Alexander Hamilton, who knows what we actually had because it really wasn't on the books.
Yeah.
But the idea was there's no way we're going to be able to finance the construction of a new republic now that we don't get anything from Britain unless we find a way to sell our obligations and let people make a bet on America paying back its debt or growing into the future. It's been a pretty good bet, but now we're at these exorbitant numbers where the thought of even paying it down is ridiculous. But when you hear the president demanding that we have lower interest rates, don't think for a second that he's doing that to try to relieve consumers from these high interest credit card payments that they have to make every month. It is so that we will have to pay less to service the debt, our national debt, and that frees up more money for this government to do whatever it wants and go after the initiatives that it thinks are important. But the main reason that the president and his administration want the Fed to lower interest rates, reduce that debt payment.
Caleb, how does the rising debt of our government affect us daily?
Well, it actually turns into inflation. When we have more and more debt, the only way to combat that is through higher rates typically, and higher rates typically sometimes lead to inflation as well. So it becomes our purchasing power of our dollars, the money we have in the bank, savings rates go down, right? The value of our money keeps falling every single year. Inflation is principally responsible for that, but the fact that we own debt as families and that we have debt as a country, that also makes it harder for us to make the value of our dollar be at par. So we're forever seeing the value of our dollar decrease. That is really classic inflation front and center. And the only way to combat that, earn more or find a way for your money to earn more. And that's the power of investing.
Caleb, it was, ominous that during the last election, Donald Trump versus Joe Biden or Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, neither one of them really talked about the national debt. And it was kind of weird and kind of creepy. But is there a government plan to pay any of this down or at least get our interest payments down when it comes to government debt? Does the private sector have any ideas on how we do this?
No, and nobody walks around on a day-to-day basis except for people like you and me and say, oh, my gosh, it's $38 trillion. How am I going to get through the day? We're worried about our own debt, right? And if you're worried about the fact that we were mounting more and more debt and it went into the trillions of dollars and it's really accelerated over the past decade, and for some reason you decided not to save or invest, well, you've missed out on one of the biggest bull markets in the history of the stock market. So being overly concerned about the national debt on an individual or household level doesn't do you much good. Worry about your own debt. Be the CFO of your own life. We're never getting out of all these trillions of dollars of debt, and we're never going to not have government spending, no matter who's in office. So people need to understand that. At the same time, is the economy growing? And we're looking at two different things at the same time. These are apples and oranges. But if you do have economic growth and you have expansion and you have companies growing their profits, that means they're hiring more and they're paying workers more, hopefully. And that means we're going to spend more. And that's what keeps our government going, not a concern about the debt or bringing down the debt. It doesn't impact GDP. It affects how much we have to pay in interest, and it affects people's belief that this government, the United States of America, is a sound economic bet, and they will continue to buy our bonds into the future.
Does it affect the way other countries look at us as our debt continues to rise?
Absolutely. And you've already seen other countries decide that they aren't that interested in holding more U.S. government debt. Part of that is because of our aggressive tariff policies. Part of that is because we're becoming more insular through those tariff policies. We used to be much more of a globalized economy. And part of that is they're doing a lot of business with each other. So you see the BRIC countries, that's Brazil, Russia, India, South Africa, doing a lot more business with each other. You see China and Africa doing a lot more business with each other, Europe and Africa, Europe and China. So the more these other countries look away from the United States, the less debt they're going to end up owning. And that could be concerning for us because that is the way ultimately we pay our bills, that and through lower interest rates.
All right, well, I'm not going to worry about it. If you say it's okay, I'm just, I'll worry about myself. But it is interesting to think, $38 trillion, who holds most of that debt?
Yeah, well, investors own most of that debt, and those investors, as I said, are everybody from the Bank of Japan to hedge funds to major universities. They own it in the form of government treasuries, and so do individual investors. So we have all financed this, and we've found customers who will finance this. We just better hope that they're interested in continuing to do that going forward, because we need the money.
Yeah. Well, it is always great picking your brain. Thank you so much, Caleb.
My pleasure. Thank you.
You've heard everybody talk about Innsbruck, 7,500 acres, 100-plus lakes, an 18-hole championship golf course. They've got A-frames and tree homes and custom homes and cottages. You need to see it for yourself. Just 45 minutes from St. Louis. It's so close, and yet you feel so far away. They're having their fall home tour this weekend, and this weekend only. Go see for yourself from noon till 4. Innsbruck-resort.com.
Scott, remember when the Queen of Carpet and the Princess of Pile were flying around the arch selling flooring?
Andrea, that was the Queen of Carpet and the Princess of Tile.
Oh, that's right. But we don't need shtick here at Best Buy Flooring.
That's right, because our in-stock selection of carpet, carpet tile, sheet vinyl, laminate, hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and luxury vinyl tile are already at low, low prices.
Come see us at our 3 area locations, North County, South County, and Metro East. Open 7 days a week.
Plus, free financing on approved credit. Best flooring, best selection, Best Buy Flooring.
Early detection is crucial in the fight against breast cancer. Surprisingly, even in women of average risk, abnormalities can be found. So even if you don't think you are at risk, screening is essential to prevention and saving lives. The Show Me Healthy Women program offers free breast and cervical cancer screenings to women ages 21 through 64 free of charge if you qualify. Please visit our website at health.mo.gov/showmehealthywomen or call toll-free 866-726-9926 for more information and to see if you qualify.
If you need a credit score of 750, you need Analytico750.com. Analytico750.com is the credit health partner that works for you. With Analytico750.com, you get smarter, faster credit updates. Forget waiting 45 days. At Analytico750, we provide fresh updates every 30 days. Plus, you get access to all 3 credit bureaus and unlimited reports for just $25 a month. But there's more. We also provide business credit reports, personal credit analyzation, and credit monitoring to keep tabs on your score 24/7. We even offer rapid rescore to accelerate score changes and a security freeze to lock down your credit from identity thieves. After you sign up, one of our credit experts will help you aim for a 750 credit score. Build your credit score to 750 with Analytico750.com. Call 800-850-0750. 800-850-0750. That's 800-850-0750.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Wake up, it's a brand new day. Getting your weekday started the St. Louis way. It's the McGraw Show.
Hey, it's Carl the Intern, and Friday on the McGraw Show. Well, you heard Thursday that McGraw was not feeling well, left at 9 o'clock. Let's all be surprised together at 6:08 to see if he's there, because I have no idea.
McGraw, Millhaven, Rose Dalton, and Carl the Intern. Weekday morning, 6 to 10.
Right here on your hometown station, the Big 550, KTRS. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550, KTRS.
So we talked a little bit about phone addictions and how we're sitting at a restaurant and you tend to look at it for an answer. If you need a break from your phone, here's a couple of good tips. So just try to go phone free on one day. Maybe it's Saturday or Sunday. Say, you know what? I'm not going to pick it up all day long. Just to kind of do a slow ease in.
You'd have to warn people, I think, ahead of time, especially your spouse, I think.
Well, aren't you going to be with them for the most part? I mean, if you could say, honey, I'm not going to have my phone today.
Yeah. I'm doing this thing.
Yeah. They say delete the super addictive apps. Social media and game apps are designed to hook you, which that's my problem. I go to Instagram and just scroll when I'm bored just to see what
I hate it.
news is there. I do too. I mean,
you ever get stuck doing the Bubble Crush and the Candy Crush?
I don't play as many games.
I don't play any games.
I'm just reading headlines.
Your eyes will be red. You look up. It's 12:45 at night. You're like, what am I doing?
Yeah. That's exactly what happens. They say use your computer to scroll. If you have a job that requires some sort of social media monitoring, engagement, do it the old-fashioned way with a computer browser instead of on your phone. And then this one I thought was really interesting. They call it batching. And they say rather than checking your text, social media, and email all day long, set a few specific times. So maybe 15 minutes in the morning. That's when you check them, put your phone up, and don't look at it. Another 20 minutes maybe around lunch, and then at night before you go to bed, and just schedule a 15-minute break for you to answer emails or look at them or whatever. And then one more says treat it like a landline. Pick a spot in your house, leave your phone there when you get home. That way you're less likely to carry it around, have it in your pocket, take it to dinner. When you are in that room, grab it if it rings.
Here's a boomer thing that actually is one of the rare boomer things that is advantageous. I don't carry my phone around the house.
Really? That's
No.
fantastic.
It wasn't intended to.
Marsha doesn't either, and I'll call, and I'm like, where is your phone?
You can get some backlash from people trying to reach you.
Yeah.
Guys, Finn, I'll watch him. He's 4. He'll be watching some YouTube or something on the phone, and then someone will call and he'll exit out.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't want it to interrupt him.
A text will come over.
He
and
knows what he's doing.
And he'll swipe it up to get rid of it.
Wow.
I'm like, how does he already know how to do this?
Because he's watching you.
Yeah. It's kind of when you see him do that, it gets kind of scary.
He's just real natural,
Like,
and he's
oh,
just
no.
Yeah. That's good.
It's a good reminder. Here's another thing I thought was really interesting, and I can relate to this. 5 reasons your dog hates fall weather, which I love fall weather.
I think my dog likes it.
Yeah. 1, most dogs hate pet costumes, so don't be putting them in that.
We're not doing that.
When your doorbell is ringing off the hook, if packages are coming, or for Halloween,
She will
lots
bark.
of
She does get
visitors coming and
True.
going.
True.
They say changing the clocks actually messes with their routines as much as it does ours.
I never taught my dog how to tell time, so it's not a big deal.
And I'm going to tell you this. I got up this morning to go to a meeting. I got back to my meeting before I was leaving for work at noon. Georgie was still in that bed. Had not gone out to go potty. Had not come down to eat breakfast.
Chilling.
Just still in that bed. And I'm like, seriously, get up, you bum.
I do know our dog knows when 5:00 p.m. is.
Time to go to bed or
dinner
eat.
time. Dinner time. She knows.
Yeah, that's
on the
funny.
Button.
Yeah.
When you change the clocks on her, or
maybe that's it. Yeah.
Where's my dinner,
Yeah.
guy?
You're an hour late, Bub.
That's the adjustment.
Or when you come down from the stairs, Georgie's like, "What are you doing up
Yeah,
so early?"
that is. She does kind of look at me and go, no, we lay him this bed a little longer. She knows when it's time to go to bed. She'll start going,
yes.
and it's like, it's about 8:30, 9 o'clock,
Yeah.
and she wants to go to bed.
Jen goes to bed earlier, and Brookie goes with her, and she's ready. She knows.
You can tell the dog, look, go on up.
Except she can't jump on the bed.
Be like,
she needs somebody to lift
you need
her.
one of those steps.
I know.
I love that dogs are so smart, and they know everybody. She knows everybody's name in the house. Mom went upstairs. Go on.
Yes.
Blah, 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 and there she goes.
Isn't it so funny?
It's really cute.
This is something that we've learned that they get allergies too, and you need to talk to your vet. If they're itching a lot, if they're licking a lot, if their eyes are a little bloodshot because they're wiping their paws after a walk can help, but some dogs might need special shampoos, allergy medicines, and then they don't like the leaf blowers. They're too loud, and even calm dogs can freak out when they start to.
They're too loud for me, too.
Yeah.
But do you get real itchy? You scratch with your hind leg?
Well, one of the things that I learned
and that
from
lick he does is really awkward.
It's awful.
Doing the animal show is when a dog licks their paws, that's allergies. Oh, okay. And then you get some Apoquil. I believe that's the allergy medicine.
Really?
But they always said for Halloween, obviously chocolate is bad for dogs. Xylitol, which is the sugar-free sugar that they put in a lot of candy, sugar-free candies and gums, that's poisonous and bad for dogs.
I had no idea.
Do not take your dog out with you on Halloween because all the costumes and everything, it's too much. They're going to take off.
And kids are dropping candy as they go along.
They're going to bolt and they're going to get hit by a car.
Yeah.
And I remember one Halloween, my sister's dog dug the proverbial hole under the fence and got out just because of all the excitement.
Got freaked out.
Yeah, got freaked out. So put the dog in the basement, maybe put a cover over the crate, have some soothing music.
Yeah.
You know.
Even a doggy downer.
Yes.
The doggy downer.
We've got some. The doggy downer peanut butter.
And they always say, get the pills and give it to them, a week before just to make sure that they're okay. They don't flip out on them.
Yeah.
But just get a sedative. You know, from your vet.
It'll help them get through the night. That Halloween and the 4th of July.
Did you say it
4th of July.
Comes in peanut butter form?
Yeah.
Thinking you want to try it now?
You have to take it before bed.
I love peanut butter.
Well, there's all kinds of books about dogs that you can check out at St. Louis County Library, or cats, or elephants, or giraffes, whatever it is you want to read about. You'll find all of those books and more at St. Louis County Library. Every branch has something different, and that's what's really cool, too. You should really kind of branch out and see the different programs that St. Louis County Library branches actually provide. What's so great about the library is all of the things that they offer, because it isn't just the books and magazines. They offer spaces to do your work and maybe some research. They offer the Teen Creative Lab there at the Clark Family Branch, which is so cool because a lot of people, don't have the space or the money to provide like a green screen and have a computer with all of that, expensive equipment to help you make videos. And that's what the Teen Creative Lab offers. They got a 3D printer, they've got a recording studio, they've got the green screen, and you can actually go and put together whatever video you want. They've also got the Emerson History and Genealogy Center. So maybe you want to dig into history rather than create a story, and you can do that too. And they've even got the people that can help you start finding your own family history and tell that story. You can learn more about everything offered at the St. Louis County Library. Just go to slcl.org. It is 5:32. Let's get a check of traffic with Captain Paul.
Heidi, no accidents, but just some slow traffic. Northbound 270 is jammed from Doherty Ferry to Manchester. Southbound 270 heavy from north of Olive down to Doherty Ferry. Westbound 64 is reduced to one lane for construction between Illinois 158 and Greenmount. That has traffic jammed back to Route 4. Eastbound 64 bogs down at McKnight but opens up at Big Bend. Westbound 64 crowded from Kings Highway to Hampton and around Lake St. Louis Boulevard, and southbound 55 is running slow at 4500 South Broadway. This traffic report is brought to you by Lion's Choice, the home of the legendary roast beef sandwich, made with 100% top round beef that's roasted on site and piled high on a lightly toasted buttered bun. And that secret seasoning, if you know, you know. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
And now, KTRS weather.
For one of those days with beautiful blue skies, but lighter winds today out of the northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour and a high in the mid-60s. Very dry air. Overnight lows in the 40s, a little patchy frost in some outlying areas, not so much in the metro area. But things will be clouding up tomorrow, maybe even a few sprinkles around for high school football in the evening or maybe trunk or treats, and more rain possible over the weekend. In the First Alert Weather Center, I'm KMOV meteorologist Kent Earhart for the Big 550 KTRS.
This is Mariah, third generation at Newsteaders Fine Jewelry. Buying an engagement ring can be intimidating. At Newsteaders, we ensure complete understanding of your purchase. We offer a choice in both lab and mine-grown diamonds and are able to work with any budget. Let our family help educate you on your choice at Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or at wowdiamonds.com.
Recently, a good friend of mine was changing the light fixture in their kitchen, and they took the light fixture off the ceiling, and they looked inside the ceiling and said, "What is the phone number to Michael Baldy?" If they would have listened to me, they would have put Michael Baldy's phone number in their phone, because everybody needs a good electrician on speed dial. So here you go. The next time you need an electrician, you need to remember Michael Baldy and Baldy Electric. So the phone number, 314-968-9999. Indoor, outdoor, an old Victorian home, knob and tube wiring, and anything and everything in between. You see, Michael Baldy is a licensed electrician, and he has a team ready to go. Whether it's something for the ceiling in the kitchen, something for the lights for the holidays, whatever it may be, Michael Baldy and Baldy Electric. BaldyElectric.com, 314-968-9999, because everybody needs a good electrician on speed dial. BaldyElectric.com.
When you want to send flowers to a loved one for a birthday, anniversary, or that special occasion, call your friends at Walter Knoll Florist. Walter Knoll is family-owned and operated and offers custom designs by expert designers. A huge inventory and selection that only the largest florist can offer, with quality and care that no grocery store florist can meet. They have several locations in the St. Louis metro area to serve you. Order online today at WKF.com. That's WKF.com. Walter Knoll Florist, your personal florist since 1883.
Let's talk about high school for just a moment, because that young man you brought home from the hospital yesterday, you're going to blink your eyes, and all of a sudden now you start talking about high schools. Well, that's where St. Mary's Southside Catholic High School comes in, because it's an all-boys, independent Catholic high school. And what St. Mary's will do is they will prepare your son to be the future. Whether it's college, trade work, or a career of their choice, St. Mary's, over the years, has produced a whole lot of millionaires and a couple of billionaires along the way. And when you graduate from St. Mary's, you have that alumni as a resource. Schedule your visit today and find out more about St. Mary's. stmaryshs.com. That's stmaryshs.com. They will teach the skills that are needed to thrive and survive in the 21st century, as well as teaching old school values. To find out more, stmaryshs.com. That's stmaryshs.com.
St. Louis Union Station is adding to the family fun with 3 new rides in the outdoor wheel park. The Flying Louie is a swashbuckling pirate-themed ride that swings to 42.5 feet. The Locomotion is a train-themed roller coaster in the wheel park, and the Wave Swinger is a classic swing ride modeled after the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair. Plan your next visit to St. Louis Union Station to enjoy the new attractions with your family. For more info and tickets, go to stlouisunionstation.com.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Let's talk a little entertainment news. Jeremy Allen White revealed that Bruce Springsteen gifted him a hat he'd been wearing for 30 years. He said he had on an old Mets hat that he wore a lot, and it was pretty tattered and torn. And then he saw Bruce last week, and he brought him another hat, a Yankees hat. He added, so now I've been carrying it around as a good luck charm. He, of course, portrays Springsteen in the new biopic, Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, which follows a young Bruce as he records and releases his 1982 album, Nebraska.
So that actor, he's in The Bear.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was in Shameless. I never watched Shameless.
He was in the wrestling movie.
Yeah, he was in the wrestling.
He was in some Calvin Klein ads.
About the brothers.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Von Erich.
Von Erichs, yeah. Good job.
But The Bear and Shameless took place in Chicago. I always thought he might have been a Chicago guy. He was on CBS Sunday Morning. He's from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
He's a New York City
New
kid.
York guy.
Victoria Beckham recalled a funny story of her now husband, David Beckham, doing a walk of shame early in their romance. She said the retired soccer star had to jump out a window at her hotel while she was on tour with the Spice Girls. She also claimed that David had to miss his soccer practice as a result of his escapades because of the blisters on his feet, because he literally had to do the walk of shame in the clothes from the night before.
That's really funny.
What were they doing?
No?
Watch TV.
Yep. Telling stories. Savannah Guthrie shared her career regret earlier this week. Did you see it?
No.
She said that she asked Khloe Kardashian 10 seconds before we were going to break about the rumors that her father, Robert Kardashian, wasn't her father. Savannah admitted that she waited until the last minute to bring up the speculation about O.J. Simpson being Khloe's dad because of how embarrassed she felt. Khloe is now responding to her admission and said she's a doll. It takes a big person to take accountability, and I just love her. For the record, Khloe at the time said there was nothing to those allegations, and Savannah said she was new to hosting and felt pressure to ask a tougher question and was kind of pushed to do it.
Was it her question, or was the producer in her ear?
She didn't really go into it.
Didn't go into that. Didn't want to throw anybody else under the bus.
The rumor is that O.J. Simpson is Khloe Kardashian's father.
But he has denied it, and Khloe has said there's nothing to it as well.
It never would have crossed my mind. She's taller than everyone, but there's some taller and some shorter.
Yeah.
And it's not a big deal.
I think they all still look alike as far as that goes. Jon Stewart was almost the one behind Jimmy Kimmel's late night desk while appearing on Ted Danson's podcast. Jimmy explained they were almost about to hire Jon Stewart, but then a higher up suggested to the guy in charge, hey, will you check out this tape before we sign anything? And it was of Jimmy Kimmel, and he joked it was a mistake on ABC's part. They definitely should have hired John. If I'm in that position, there's no question I'm hiring John 100 times out of 100. He said at one point, though, he did ask Bob Iger, the longtime CEO of ABC's parent company Disney, why he was hired. And he said, well, you were cheaper. And Jimmy said everybody laughed, but he wasn't kidding. Sometimes it pays to be cheaper.
You know, sometimes you wonder, Bob Iger, he's the head of everything. Theme parks, cruises,
TV, movies.
ESPN, movies, Disney. Does he sign off on that? Is he the one? Or does the head of TV get to make decisions every once in a while? You know?
I think on a big decision like that, they're probably all involved.
Well, he's got a lot to worry about. And I think he's back. Is he back in there?
I believe he is.
I thought so, too. I thought they brought him back in to clean things up.
Would Jon Stewart have left The Daily Show?
Yeah.
On Comedy Central to do?
I think he
You
would
would think so.
Yeah.
To do this?
Mariska Hargitay never set out to play a character like Olivia Benson on Law & Order SVU. In fact, I did not know this. She's a former member of the famed Groundlings improv and sketch comedy troupe.
I didn't know that.
I did not know that.
She wanted to be a sitcom star until a psychic told her she was destined for drama. This is so crazy. Early in her career, she auditioned for roles on sitcoms. She landed the small parts on Seinfeld, The Single Guy. She also recalled repeatedly testing for a role on Friends. She said, I think it's Monica, but it was a long time ago. Her professional plans changed shortly after she consulted a psychic. She was at the time living in L.A. She traveled to New York. She said she drove somewhere on Long Island to this man, and she said she went in and he started saying all this amazing stuff about her mom, stuff about a ring. My grandmother had just died, and he said that there was going to be an issue with the ring, which there was, she said. She said she was listening really intently to the psychic with a serious look on her face, and he said, you see that face you're doing right now? That face. You're going to be famous for that face. You're moving to New York, and you're going to be famous for that face.
No way.
She said she protested, saying, look, I'm a comedian in L.A. She said the psychic would not hear of it. He looks at me, and she said this is her favorite moment. He goes like this, I don't give a rat's what you say. You're going to be famous for that face. She said not long afterward, she landed the part of Olivia Benson on SVU. 6 months later, I'm walking around doing that face when I do all of the interviews with the bad guys.
That's hilarious.
That is kind of
We were
creepy.
talking about her in the office. That's the first time I'd ever seen her. Didn't know who it was
Yeah.
on Seinfeld. Small. She was on screen, 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, if
Maybe,
that.
if that.
She was on ER for a second.
She was funny in Seinfeld,
Yeah.
and she had good timing and
Yeah.
everything. I just never have thought of her.
I haven't
forgot
either.
She was even in it. I never thought of her as being a funny comedic actress.
No, because she's been doing this for a
For
record
her whole life.
20-some years.
It's not Law and Order. It's SVU.
Yeah.
This is the worst of the cases.
She started actually a not-for-profit to help survivors
Ugh.
because it's kind of,
Isn't that awesome?
been so hard, and she's seen so many stories. I mean, ripped from the headlines.
Ripped from the headlines.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about this, ripped from the headlines? Michael Myers, first introduced in 1978's Halloween, one of the most iconic slashers in horror movie history. We can all agree.
Yeah.
The script tells the story of the babysitter, played by Jamie Lee Curtis, stalked by an evil killer named Michael Myers, who has recently escaped from a psychiatric hospital. I kind of forgot that part. John Carpenter and his filmmaking partner, Deborah Hill, based the spooky story on real-life experiences. Michael Myers was named after a real person that they both knew. When it came to Myers' persona, the screenwriter said he drew inspiration from several sources, including a patient he met while visiting a psychiatric hospital as a student at Western Kentucky University. He explained, "We visited the most serious patients, and there was a kid, must have been 12 or 13. He literally had this look, this evil stare that has become Mike Myers. It was unsettling to me, and it was the creepiest thing he'd ever seen, and that's where he came up with the character."
Well, that's what I think is the best part of the Halloween movies, the original Halloween. You got Donald Pleasance, and he says, this boy is evil. You could, lock him up for 40 years or whatever. He'll still be evil. This boy should never get out or whatever. And then he does the kind of the jailbreak and steals the station wagon. And now we're off to the races. They barely ever show his face, if at all.
Yeah.
Never
Creepy, though.
never a front on, just always kind of from the back and the side.
Yeah. Stranger Things is headed to movie theaters. This is interesting. Netflix announced that it will celebrate the conclusion of its hit sci-fi show by bringing its series finale to cinemas. The last episode of the 5th and final season of Stranger Things set to arrive in over 350 theaters nationwide. The final episode will make its debut in select theaters in U.S. and Canada December 31st, timed exactly with finale's global Netflix premiere. So I think that'll be kind of...
Be a fun New Year's Eve if you're into that show.
Yeah, I thought so too. Season 3 of Shrinking debuts January 28th if you're into it. And I think this is really smart. Wicked is going to make its broadcast debut on NBC on November 19th. The sequel, Wicked for Good, hits theaters on November 21st. So that'll kind of get you out into the theaters.
I love like a good, like we talk about Sound of Music. That's always played at a certain time of year. I would love for Wicked or something to be
the new
it's
thing.
like we watch it every year and we all gather
Well,
around.
it's gonna
as a
be
Like
family.
long.
the Wizard of Oz used to be Easter.
Yeah, but Wicked, I mean, the first one's 2 hours and something, and now you got
Yeah.
the second. It's going to be a
That's
lot.
the problem with making a two-parter movie. It's too long for a single sitting.
Yeah. As for TV tonight, you got Thursday Night Football. The Los Angeles Chargers host the Minnesota Vikings. It's the 7th season premiere of The Kardashians on Hulu. You got the 2nd season premiere of Nobody Wants This on Netflix. And then you've got 911, Law and Order, Matlock, 911 Nashville, Law and Order SVU, Grey's Anatomy. It's a lot of TV tonight.
Is Matlock living up to your expectations?
Sure is.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Season 2.
We watched last week's Grey's Anatomy and Matlock to catch up.
Has everyone found out her secret yet?
It's, you know.
Bob, do you know the twist in the Matlock? I'll tell
Yeah.
you in the commercial break.
Okay.
Let's talk birthdays.
All right, let's do. I got a couple fun ones
All right.
here. One of my favorites, and I think people are pushing back because everybody seemed to like him. Deadpool superstar Ryan Reynolds.
He's so funny.
I think so too.
He's a handsome guy.
I'm going to say he's 49.
He is, is he in his 51? Is he 50s?
What did you say, Heidi?
49.
Bang. Got it. All right. All right, we'll go sports here. Former quarterback, Doug Flutie.
Oh, Doug Flutie.
Flutie Flakes.
My brother-in-law got to catch a couple passes from him.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How tall?
Like a clinic, or what was it?
He was picked up by the Buffalo Bills for a hot second. And
how neat is that?
It was pretty cool.
So was Flutie in the AFL or the USFL or whatever for a year, played for the Generals or whatever, and then came to the Bills?
I'd have to look it up.
Yeah. How tall is Doug Flutie, you think?
I'm going to say Doug Flutie is 6'1".
5'10".
I was going to say 5'10".
Little guy,
He
right?
is tough. Yeah. I'm going to say he is
63.
58.
What did you say, Josh?
63.
Bang, got it. Okay.
Dead
We're even.
on.
All right. From the sublime to the ridiculous, how old is Weird Al Yankovic?
Oh, man.
See, this is tough because he was young when he got started.
But he still looks the same.
He
really
does.
does. He really does.
I'm going to say he's 66.
55.
Bang, she got another one.
Dang, we're nailing him.
How old is he?
He's 66.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. And then this one, I think Heidi's got an edge, but you can tie here. In fact, I'm going to say the winner. Whoever gets this is the winner.
Oh, pressure.
Country star. Had a show on radio, Bakersfield Beat. Dwight Yoakam.
Dwight Yoakam.
Plays bad guys in movies. He's pretty good. Pretty
Dated
good
Sharon
actor.
Stone, didn't he?
Yeah.
For a second.
Pretty good actor.
All right, listen to this. This is from a couple days ago. Can you name the first country music video ever played on MTV?
It's an argument, but Dwight Yoakam's song is one of the...
Dwight Yoakam's Honky Tonk Man was played in 1986. However,
comma,
they say
Juice Newton.
Juice Newton's 1981 hit "Angel of the Morning" is a country song. Does that
Country
count?
pop.
I would consider it pop. I mean,
I would say country pop.
Dwight Yoakam, I say, is the first MTV country song.
I'll go with that.
Yeah.
So how old is he?
I'm going to say he's 67.
71.
Oh, right in the middle. 69, Dwight Yoakam. What a great day. You guys got 3 out of 4. Right
We
on.
sure did. That's your evening entertainment report here on the Big 550 KTRS.
Dalco Home Remodeling has been helping St. Louis homeowners for over 50 years. And Dalco's roofing system goes beyond just shingles. You see, for 50 years, Dalco understands that a roofing system offers roofing components and layers designed with a comprehensive protection for your biggest investment, your home. So, any issues with your roof? For 50-plus years, St. Louisans have been going to Dalco for all of your roofing needs. DalcoHomeRemodeling.com. That's DalcoHomeRemodeling.com.
With over 30 years of experience in top-quality senior living, McKnight Place Assisted Living knows how to help its residents live fulfilling lives. The professional staff gets to know all residents and their families. McKnight Place Assisted Living has become known for its high-quality amenities, personalized services, and expert care. But its history of making people a priority is what really sets it apart from many other senior communities. That starts with the residents and extends to their loved ones. 314-993-3333 or visit them at mcknightplace.com.
At Midland, we know sometimes all it takes is a moment for an idea to spark, or to make it happen, a moment to find your dream, or build one, a moment to start your forever, or at least start planning for it. Whatever moments you have, Midland is here for them, and can help you make them. Midland, brighter together. Visit us at midlandsb.com. Midland States Bank is member FDIC.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, I'm a honky-tonk man, and I can't seem to stop. Love to give the girls a whirl to the music of an old jukebox.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen a country video on MTV.
They used to.
Like, what was that, Something to Talk About? They would play that.
That's not country. That's Bonnie Raitt.
That's not country?
No.
Bonnie Raitt's not country?
No.
She's not?
She's blues or Americana. Not
Okay.
She has never been called country.
Well, then I don't think I've ever seen a country video on MTV.
Never seen a turkey in a grocery store.
The world of Jess just opens up every day.
Every day he learns something new. 7 minutes before 6. Let's get one final check of traffic from Captain Paul.
Heidi, they just cleared a stalled vehicle that was blocking the center lane of southbound 55 at Gasconade. There is a residual slowdown back to Arsenal. 270 is heavy in both directions between 64 and Manchester. Westbound 64 is reduced to one lane for construction between Illinois 158 and Greenmount. That has traffic jam back to Route 4. And eastbound 64 bogs down at McKnight but opens up by Big Bend. This traffic report is brought to you by Fielder Electric. See what everyone is saying about the pros at Fielder Electric. Whether it's a new build or a 100-year-old home, Fielder Electric has you covered. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
I'm Farmer Dave, and here's my good friend and owner of MasterCars Inc., Alex Rosenberger, with today's hot MasterCars Inc. deals.
Thanks, Farmer Dave. As you know, we sell a lot of classic, luxury, and performance vehicles. Unfortunately, there's no factory for pre-owned ones. These are hard to source, so I'm always on the hunt. You have a pristine classic, collectible, or even interesting modern vehicle? If it has low miles and in perfect shape, I want to buy it. I love Corvettes, Porsches, Vipers, V-Series Cadillacs, and anything unique as long as it's in excellent condition. I'll do some great trading too if you're done with your current vehicle and ready for something new and exciting. We have very attractive financing options for just about any situation too. Buying, selling, trading, just hop on our site, pick out your dream car, or submit your current dream car for us to buy.
So rev that motor and point your car in the direction of MasterCars Inc. and buy or sell today. 4100 Namioki Road in Granite City, or visit MasterCarsInc.com to get more details. That's MasterCarsInc.com.
Whether you're on your way to see the Tigers or coming back home from the game, be sure to plan a side trip to Overstock Outlet, the best random store around where new inventory from the major big box stores arrives daily. You never know what great deals you'll find, and it's right on your way. 2 locations, in Lake St. Louis at Highway N and Lake St. Louis Boulevard, and in Warrenton at Highway 47 and Highway M. Open every day from 10 until 5. Find them on Facebook at Overstock Outlet Lake St. Louis, or check out their weekly online auctions at OverstockOutletAuctions.com. Let's go Tigers!
My friends at Neighbors Credit Union are rolling out a new account. The new Debit All Day account is designed for the way you pay today. Debit All Day is a checkless checking account featuring a Neighbors Visa debit card, the convenience of online and mobile banking, and access to your direct deposits up to 2 days early. If you're looking for a no-fuss account to make managing your money simple, safe from overdrafts, and free of fees, Debit All Day is for you. Open your Neighbors Credit Union Debit All Day account online today at neighborscu.org.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
All right, let's wrap this show up with a couple randoms.
The U.S. Department of Defense buys more explosive devices than anyone else in the world.
Isn't it called war now?
It does have in parentheses Department of War. Who's number 2? Private sector, located
Fireworks.
in Anaheim, California. Walt Disney.
For the fireworks?
Every night, Heidi, they got to shoot off fireworks.
Did you see the story, though, of how they prepare for a Chiefs home game with all the fireworks? That one's a really cool story, too. All right, you guys, thanks for hanging out with us on this Thursday. We'll be back tomorrow starting at 3. Hopefully you will, too. And until then, see if you can put a smile on somebody's face.
Hey, at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Me thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh,
And we have it at the lowest price in town.
economical.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager, hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Portland Trailblazers NBA coach Chauncey Billups and former Cleveland Cavaliers player and coach Damon Jones are among the more than 30 people indicted in a pair of illegal gambling cases that prosecutors say put pro basketball in bed with the mob, allegedly cheating victims out of more than $7 million. ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
NBA inside info about league athletes and teams was used to attract bettors, says New York City area federal prosecutor Joseph Nusella.
The non-public information included when specific players would be sitting out future games or when they would pull themselves out early for purported injuries or illnesses.
He says using their status as former players, Billups and Jones lured victims to poker games where secret card reading wireless tech helped fleece victims out of hundreds of thousands of bucks per game.
The East Wing, as well as the colonnade that connected it with the White House residence, are now gone, demolished to make way for President Trump's massive ballroom. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the Trump administration is acting within its legal capacity, even though the National Capital Planning Commission, the organization that oversees projects like this, hasn't received their plans yet.
Their general counsel has said when it comes to phase one of this project, the tearing down of the current East Wing structure, a submission is not required legally for that. Only for vertical construction will a submission be required, and that's a legal opinion from them, and we are following that legal opinion.
Demolition playing out on day 23 of the government shutdown, and it's the same story. Lawmakers aren't any closer to getting legislation passed that would fund the government and reopen it. Courtney Bush, a furloughed federal employee, is used to government shutdowns. This is the third time she's been furloughed.
We are approaching our first full missed paycheck, so I think that's when it's really going to settle in a little bit more.
Bush says she's been tapping into her emergency savings to make ends meet. Wall Street, the Dow up 144 points today. You're listening to ABC News.
I'm Steve Potter with KTRS News. Attorneys for St. Louis County Executive Sam Page are asking a judge to dismiss an indictment accusing him of misusing public funds to campaign on an election issue. His attorneys argue the case manipulates facts to imply criminal wrongdoing. Illinois gubernatorial candidate Darren Bailey and his wife Cindy are in mourning today after 4 of their family members were killed in a helicopter crash.
Darren Bailey's campaign announced the tragic news on X. The message reads, quote, "On Wednesday evening, Darren and his wife Cindy received the heartbreaking news no parent ever wants to hear. Their son Zachary, his wife Kelsey, and their 2 young children, Veda Rose, age 12, and Samuel, age 7, tragically lost their lives in a helicopter accident in Montana. Their other grandson, Finn, age 10, was not on the helicopter and is safe, end quote. Now, the Post went on to say, quote, Darren and Cindy are heartbroken by this unimaginable loss. They are finding comfort in their faith, their family, and the prayers of so many who love and care for them, end quote. Meanwhile, the cause of the crash is being investigated. Jill Enters, KTRS News.
This KTRS Business Minute brought to you by Walter Mill Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. A $195 million redevelopment project kicked off yesterday in downtown St. Louis to restore the Mansion House apartments. The redevelopment aims to preserve the property's mid-century design while introducing some modern finishes. The market's brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune into Straight Talk and Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. At close, the Dow up 144 points, NASDAQ up 201, and the S&P 500 up 39. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the Talk of St. Louis.
Attention. Attention. Please make your way to the nearest radio.
It's time for the Press Box with Frank Cusimano on the Big 550. KTRS.
Powered by the Control Option.
Good evening. Welcome to the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS. This is our Thursday program with Coach Rich Grauer, Tom Holly. Mark Benson is our title sponsor. I was texting with Mark this morning, by the way, and he's concerned a little bit about Coach Strink possibly leaving. And he says, you know, if he stays, they'll have a statue for him in Columbia when he wins his national title. He goes, Gene Chizik is not exactly remembered in Auburn. Just kind of a gut feel on that, first of all, in terms of like Florida's going to be open. I don't know if they'll offer it. Auburn's going to be open. Arkansas is going to be open. Penn State is open. What do you think there? I think he stays no matter what happens.
Well, Drinkwitz has gotten everything that he wanted from Missouri. I mean, they're building a new practice facility. He asked for more money for his staff, and he got that. The obviously stadium renovation is going full swing. Arkansas, Florida, and Auburn, the 3 that you mentioned, Frank, they're all rebuilds. I mean, and that, you know, does Drinkwitz want to go through that again? He's built the Mizzou program, and you wouldn't call that program a rebuild, where the other 3 are. The fan base is less patient in those cities than Columbia is and in the St. Louis fan base. So those are all positives for him to stay. And his salary, I think, is one of the top in the SEC.
Yeah, it's $9 million a year.
Yeah. So, I mean, so what would be the arguments for him to leave? And I think it's probably the same as for Tony Vitello to leave. Well, Tony Vitello's jumping up a level, but some coaches just have this desire, this competitive nature to win a national championship. I think Auburn, Florida has a better chance to win one down the road than Missouri. I don't know why I say that. I don't know if I have
you
proof
know
for
why
that.
you say it, because they won them before.
Yeah, I guess that's...
There's an article in the New York Post this morning about romance of college, the old college football versus the possibility of new college football. Because every week when we're in here, we talk about all the problems with college sports versus the romantic old days. And now you have the University of Virginia at 6-1 with a chance to win the ACC. Texas Tech is probably going to win the Big 12 and be in the playoffs. Maybe not. Georgia Tech 7-0. Indiana 7-0. Vanderbilt is 6-1. Okay? Missouri... Now, they then list Missouri, and they say Missouri has had a meaningful win in the last 2 years, okay?
Not a meaningful win?
Not a meaningful.
They don't count Ohio State because Ohio State didn't have their full team.
Right. And so now they say, but now they have a chance to have we're going to see in the next few weeks what Missouri's really
Texas
like.
A&M, Oklahoma.
Yeah. I mean, now and Vanderbilt. So I think this tale will be told. I'm not sure that these jobs are all open. I'm not sure that would be the top pick in those schools yet. Now, 3 weeks from now, or 3 or 4 weeks from now, that might be a totally different story. But I don't think right now that those fan bases would be happy. Would you rather have James Franklin or Jed Fish? You tell me who you'd want at those schools.
Like sometimes, like regional fit wise, especially with him working in Auburn, working at Auburn and then being in the SEC for a while, he may be a better fit at Auburn than James Franklin.
Well, I think we're going to see. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that story's been written yet. And I don't, if they're Gene Chizik versus, I think Missouri would take a national championship versus a long stint the way this is going now.
What about like the Penn State job, for instance, in that, okay, Signetti's out of the picture, so then the other guys would be Rule. But let's just